How can a bratty little kid go from losing his mother to becoming a literal genocidal maniac? Well, that's what we're gonna find out. Today, we're recapping the masterpiece that is Attack on Titan. A long time ago, huge humanoid monsters known as Titans showed up and wiped out most of humanity. The survivors of this big attack decided to make a settlement on Paradise Island, where Titans couldn't get to them. So, they built 3 big-ass walls, and that's where all the humans live. The poorest people live inside the outermost wall, Wall Maria. The middle class lives inside Wall Rose, and the elites live inside Wall Sina. Don't worry though, this anime doesn't get political at all. The show opens with a shot of terrified villagers, and the towering hand of a Titan on top of the wall. This right here is the moment that changes everything. Earlier that same day, the Scout Regiment is coordinating an attack on Titans, aiming to build humanity's first base beyond the walls. Suddenly, they see a Titan. Without hesitation, they use their omnidirectional mobility gear, or ODM gear for short, to swing off the trees and jump in to attack them.
Target approaching!
Inside the walls, we meet our main character, a bratty little kid named Eren Yeager. He wakes up from a dream and he's crying. Misaka Ackerman, his super shy adopted sister, asks him why he's crying, but Eren can't remember his dream. Keep this in mind for later, it'll blow your mind. On their way home to the Shigansina district, Eren and Mikasa meet Hanji, a soldier who's an old family friend, and a bunch of other soldiers too. Eren gets mad at them for day drinking, saying they're not ready for if something bad happens. But Hanji tells him to take it easy, saying that there isn't a Titan big enough to scale the walls, and there hasn't been an incident in the last 100 years. But Eren isn't satisfied. He's tired of being stuck in the walls like a caged animal. On their way home, Eren tells Mikasa he wants to join the Scout Regiment, because he wants to see the world beyond the walls. Mikasa is about to explain why that's a terrible idea, but the bells start ringing, meaning the Scout Regiment is back from a mission. However, it's not exactly a heroic return. The town is shocked by how few of them came back. A woman goes to look for her son, but sees that only his arm was recovered. She asks if his death was at least meaningful, but the commander tells her that they accomplished nothing. Yeah, this show is dark, and we're only getting started.
Sure taken a hit, haven't they?
Yeah. Rest of them got eaten. That's what happens when pride takes you outside the walls.
Bystanders start talking smack about the Scout Regiment, calling it a waste of tax money. Eren, as you can imagine, takes issue with this and pokes one of them with a stick. Before he can get in trouble, Mikasa drags him away and throws him against a wall, asking him if he still wants to be a part of the Scout Regiment. Spoiler alert, he does. Back at home, Eren's dad, Dr. Grisha Yeager, and his mom Carla are in the kitchen. His dad says he has to go to the interior to see some patients, and Mikasa immediately tells them about Eren's plans to join the Scout Regiment. Hey, snitches get stitches, Mikasa. Eren's mom is furious at that, but his dad says you can't discourage curiosity, and tells Eren he'll finally show him what's in his basement when he gets back. Keep this basement locked away in your mind for a while. When Grisha leaves, Carla starts arguing with Eren about joining the Scout Regiment again, but he just yells at her and leaves. She tells Mikasa to look after him, and Mikasa nods. Eren runs until he sees his friend Armin Arlelt being bullied by some kids. He decides he's gonna show them who's boss, and they start running away. But it's not Eren they're afraid of, it's Mikasa.
It's Eren! Okay, looky here! Back for more! You'd think he would have learned his lesson. Give this one to me. Oh, crap!
Armin says that they're bullying him because he wants to see the world outside the walls. Just like Eren. But apparently, that's like super taboo. Man, the people inside the walls suck. Eren then asks Mikasa why she ratted on him, cause that's just not cool. Armin agrees with Eren. Hell, he questions whether humanity is even safe inside the walls. And wouldn't you know it, right on cue, the moment he says that, the ground starts shaking, and the kids run to see what's causing it. And that brings us back to the opening scene of the episode, with a massive titan looking at them over the wall, and everyone is shook. The titan isn't just there for sightseeing though. It kicks a hole through the wall. Those closest are crushed, and the rest of the shattered wall flies across the city, obliterating houses and squashing people. Good God! A whole bunch of disgusting titans come in through the hole, and now the city is in total chaos. Eren and Mikasa run home, hoping that their mom is safe. But this is Attack on Titan. There are no happy endings. As they turn the corner, there's a boulder where their home used to be, and their mom is stuck underneath it. Eren and Mikasa try to pull her out, but it's pointless. Her legs are crushed, so she can't even run if they manage to get her free. She tells them to run, but Eren ignores it, saying he'll carry her. Just then, a titan starts moving towards them. Oh no! Luckily, Hannes shows up, saying he'll kill the titan, until he actually sees the titan. And he's terrified. He turns tail, picks up the kids, and runs away. Carla thanks him, but then puts her hand on her mouth and silently begs for them to not leave her alone. Dude! Eren watches helplessly as the Titan picks up his mom and turns her into an afternoon snack, with her blood spilling everywhere. Friendly reminder that this was just episode 1. Good lord! Episode 2 opens with Eren giving Hannes the business, saying that if he stayed longer, they could have freed his mother. But Hannes gives it to Eren straight up. He left because he was too scared to face the Titan. And honestly, can you blame him? Meanwhile, their buddy Armin is on a ship out of Shigansina, and he's looking through the crowd for his friends. He finally spots them, but the look on their faces stops him from calling out to them. Damn. Soldiers are hard at work getting survivors through the gates, debating whether they should close the gate or leave it open for more survivors. When a Titan covered in armor, aka the Armored Titan, starts running towards the gate. They immediately shut the gate, but it's no use, because the Titan absolutely destroys the wall and breaks through. Eren watches in horror and realizes he's never going back home. With fire in his eyes, he vows to kill every last Titan and free humanity. And so, it begins. While that's happening, Eren's dad is hurrying back home, praying that his family is safe. In a dream, Eren sees his dad injecting him with a mysterious syringe and giving him the key to his basement. He's woken up by Mikasa and Armin, and all three of them go to get food rations. Oh, and Eren has the key to his dad's basement around his neck now. Weird. Anyways, the three of them go to receive their food rations when they overhear soldiers talking about the food shortage due to the refugees from Wall Maria. Eren loses his mind and attacks them for saying that, but Armin jumps in and apologizes, saving Eren from an ass-kicking. Eren gets mad at Armin for being a wuss, but Mikasa smacks Eren in the face and says that Armin is right. All they can hope to do now is survive before stuffing his face with bread.
Mikasa!
Eat it. She asked us to stay alive.
The royal government tries to fix the food shortage by having the refugees cultivate land, but it's not enough. The following year, they have the bright idea of using the refugees to launch a military campaign to retake Wall Maria. It goes as well as you would imagine. 150 out of the 250 soldiers sent die. After this tragedy, the three friends decide to apply for the military, and a year later, they're part of the newly formed 104th Cadet Corps. One step closer to killing Titans. Episode 3 opens with Keith Shadis, the commandant of the 104th Cadet Corps, giving the new recruits the full metal jacket experience and chewing them out.
Connie Springer from Ragaco Village, sir!
You have it backwards, Connie Springer. Is your heart on your right side?
Well, not all of them. Annie Leonhardt, Mikasa, Bertolt Hoover, Eren, and Ymir are all spared, because they are survivors from Wall Maria. They don't need it. Poor Armin still gets the business, though. He's just too nice.
Why is a runt like you here?
To help humanity overcome the Titans!
That is delightful to hear. You're gonna be a great light snack for him.
As Keith Shadis goes down the line, he sees the red-haired Sasha Brous eating a stolen potato? Everyone is stunned as Shadis asks her why she's eating it. So, she splits her potato in half and gives him a piece, saying that they can share it. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Potato Girl. So later, Eren, Armin, Marco, Connie Springer, and Mina Carolina watch Sasha do laps as her punishment. Anyway, Marco asks Eren how he's so calm, and he tells Marco he's from Shigansina. Everyone is shook, and they begin asking Eren about the big-ass Titan, aka the Colossal Titan. The constant questioning reminds Eren of that day and makes him sick, so Marco asks everyone to back off, but Eren says he's fine. He's gonna join the scout regiment and kill every last Titan. But he's interrupted by Jean Kirstein, who mocks his decision to join the scouts. Eren also disapproves of Jean's goal to join the military police and hide in the interior walls, and the two walk over to each other before Jean apologizes, and Eren does too. Close call. As people begin to leave, Jean sees Mikasa and basically falls in love with her. He tries to start a conversation with her, but only manages to compliment her hair. Man, Jean is just like me for real. She acknowledges that compliment, and Jean follows her outside and sees her with Eren, which ruins his whole mood. Again, he's so real.
What the hell? Leave my clothes alone, damn it! What did you wipe on me?
Sasha finally falls to the ground and is probably on the verge of death when she smells food. One of the cadets, Krista Lenz, has brought her bread. Sasha basically worships Krista. which another girl named Ymir disapproves of. Sasha gobbles up the bread and then passes out, which is exactly what I'm gonna do when I finish this recap. The next day, cadets begin practicing with the ODM gear, which is, again, the flashy stuff the soldiers use to face off against Titans. Eren fails miserably at it, but Mikasa and Armin pass with flying colors. Armin and Mikasa try coaching Eren on how to use the ODM gear, but he fails miserably again. Mikasa tries to get Eren to quit being a soldier over dinner, but he's having none of it. Eren then goes to Rainer Braun and Bertolt to get advice on the ODM gear. They're reluctant to help at first, but after they exchange Titan stories, they go on a late-night walk and give Eren some tips and basically become friends, which is super sweet. The next day, Eren has one last chance at ODM balancing. He gets it at first and everyone cheers, but then he falls again.
What is your major malfunction, Yeager? Straighten yourself up!
Why am I...
Everyone is sad, but then Shadis tells him to switch with another guy, and he balances perfectly. The equipment Eren was working with was faulty. He's actually awesome at this. Turns out, Shadis was an old friend of Eren's dad, and he didn't want this kid to die as a soldier. But in the end, he had to give in to Eren's resolve. Episode 4 starts with a 2-year time skip. The cadets of the 104th Corps are running with weighted backpacks as part of their training. Armin is lagging behind, and Shadis is screaming at him. But Rainer takes Armin's bag from him, showing excellent teamwork. Later, they're practicing hand-to-hand combat, and Eren is annoyed because he thinks it's useless. But Rainer explains that as soldiers, they need to be prepared for anything and everything. Rainer sees Annie slacking off and tells her to practice with Eren. She proceeds to kinda kick his ass, and then it's Rainer's turn, who also gets his ass kicked.
Yeah, a soldier can't really afford to back down either. Get ready, here I come!
Eren is amazed at her technique, but she's entirely disinterested. Annie then says it's ironic. The top 10 graduates, aka the 10 most skilled Titan fighters, are the ones who get to join the military police and live inside the walls, which is exactly what she's gonna do. At dinner, Eren insults Jean for wanting to join the military police, and the two get into a fight. Eren uses the same move Annie used on him and puts Jean on his ass, saying he's not worthy to be a soldier. Shadis shows up and asks what the loud noise was, and Mikasa saves both of them by saying Sasha farted. Now that's pure, unadulterated comedy right there. Knee slapper! Later, the top 10 graduates are revealed. Krista, Sasha, Connie, Marco, Jean, Eren, Annie, Bertolt, Rainer, and the best soldier of the class, Mikasa. As the graduates celebrate, one of them questions Eren's decision to join the scout regiment. Eren storms out, but Armin and Mikasa stop him, saying they'll join the scout regiment too. Eren tries to stop them. Hypocrite much? But Armin wants to help humanity, and Mikasa will follow Eren wherever he goes to protect him. Meanwhile, leaving through Trost district, a crowd of people are waiting for the main force of the scout regiment to pass. Commander Erwin Smith, Captain Levi, and Section Commander Hanji Zoe. Back with Eren, he meets Hannes, who's been promoted to captain, and he congratulates them on graduating before apologizing for not rescuing Eren's mom. But Eren tells him it's not his fault, which shocks Hannes. The graduates are working on the cannons on the wall, and they're all in good spirits. Eren looks at the city happy that humanity is finally getting its dignity back, until yellow lightning flashes behind him and the colossal titan suddenly appears.
What the what?
It blows all the graduates away, but they recover, and Eren, 5 years after losing his mother, is finally face to face with the one that caused it. Episode 5 opens with Eren running at the colossal titan, who attacks back and destroys the cannons. So this thing is smart too?
Without him, the other Titans have nothing! I've gotta take him down!
Eren jumps at it, but it lets out a huge wave of steam that pushes him back. When he tries to attack again, his blades slice through air. The colossal titan has disappeared. The soldiers then begin attacking the titans that are pouring through the hole in the wall. Meanwhile, Dot Pixis is playing chess with Lord Wald when a soldier tells him that the colossal titan has destroyed the gate at Trost district. Pixis leaves to join the fight, even though Lord Wald practically begs him not to. As you'll soon see, this Pixis guy, not a big fan of rules. At Trost, Captain Warman divides the cadets into individual groups. Most of them are panicking, but Jean is just annoyed. He would have made military police literally the next day. He bumps into Eren, who says they made it out of training and they'll make it out of this too. They're friends now, which is really nice. As Jean leaves, Mikasa tells Eren to look for her if he's in trouble. As they split up in different teams, Mikasa begs Eren not to die. Yeah, about that. Eren and Armin are standing by waiting for orders, as he gets flashbacks of learning about titans. Basically, titans eat human beings for fun, and the only way to beat them is to cut their napes, which is basically the back of their necks. Eren is excited. Doing well here could mean promotion in the scouts. However, enthusiasm turns to horror when a titan eats one of his teammates. Furious, Eren rushes to kill that titan, but his leg gets bitten off by another titan mid-air, and he falls hard. More titans appear, killing the soldiers one after another. Armin's so scared he can't even move. A titan picks him up, and he doesn't even fight back. He's about to get eaten until Eren jumps in and pulls him out. Eren tells him that they are going to see the world outside the walls just like they talked about. Armin tries to save him, but the titan bites down, cutting Eren's left arm off and swallowing him, leaving Armin screaming. Well, I'll be damned. What now? Episode 6 starts with Connie and Ymir finding Armin. Connie asks where his team is, but Ymir says it's obvious. They're dead, and Armin's cowardly ass is the only one that survived. Ouch! Connie is about to start fighting her, but Krista breaks it up. At this point, Armin realizes he's basically dead weight and just gives up on everything. Real beacon of positivity, this guy. Meanwhile, at the base of Wall Rose, evacuating people are stopped by a merchant and his big-ass cart of goods. He says none of their lives are worth the amount of money the goods on this cart cost. Asshole? Just then, a little girl notices a titan making a beeline for them until Mikasa takes it down. She's so cool. She then threatens the merchant to move his cart, which she obviously does, and the little girl and mother thank Mikasa. She salutes back before having a flashback about her own mother. Mikasa used to live a happy life with her parents, until Dr. Yeager and Eren came to visit and found both of Mikasa's parents dead and Mikasa missing. His dad went to call the authorities and asked Eren to stay there. But this is Eren, so he tracked down Mikasa's kidnappers and managed to kill 2 of them by pretending to be a lost child. Only one problem with that. There were 3 kidnappers, and the 3rd one grabbed Eren from behind. That's when Mikasa locked in and killed the 3rd guy.
Fight! Fight!
When the police showed up, they were horrified. How could kids do something like this? As we soon find out, they aren't ordinary kids. Dr. Yeager scolded Eren for doing something so reckless, but he said he wanted to save Mikasa. Mikasa was helpless and alone, so Eren gave her his scarf, the same one she wears every day, and told her she could live with them. The flashback ends as the soldiers can finally retreat, but Mikasa stays back to help the vanguard. She believes she can do anything with Eren at her side. Yeah, who's gonna tell her? Episode 7 starts with Mikasa arriving to see the HQ building under attack by Titans. It's HQ's job to keep supplying fuel for the ODM gear, so everyone is running low on ODM gas. So, how is everyone inside HQ holding up?
Come on now. That musket's not enough to stop them.
Oh, okay, never mind. Outside, Connie tries to convince Jean to go to HQ. It's better than staying here. Sasha even offers to lead them, but everyone else is too traumatized to follow. Well, everyone except Annie, Reiner, Bertolt, and Marco. Mikasa then shows up and asks about Eren, which sends Armin into a frenzy. Mikasa takes one look at him and realizes what happened, before telling him to pull himself together. They can't afford to be emotional at a time like this. She gets up and tells everyone she's going to HQ. They say it's a suicide mission, but she just calls them cowards who give up easily. That's harsh.
I'm strong. Real strong. None of you come close. You hear me? I am a warrior.
She leaves, and her speech motivates Jean, who rallies the rest of the cadets in one of the coolest scenes ever. Seriously, you really need to watch the show just to appreciate the music here. Mikasa leads the way, killing Titans as she goes, but she's using too much gas in her ODM gear. This doesn't last long. She runs out of gas and falls out of the sky. Connie goes to help her and asks Jean to take point. Meanwhile, Mikasa finally accepts that she's lost her family again and falls to her knees as a Titan approaches her. Mikasa accepts her fate as she's about to be eaten by this Titan, when she suddenly cuts its finger off and jumps out of its way. Turns out, she doesn't want to die. After all, Eren told her to keep fighting no matter what. As her exit route is blocked by a second Titan, she decides if she goes down fighting and lets out a scream. But then she's saved by the second Titan. Mikasa is shocked by this and can't even move. She's saved by Armin, and they get front row seats to this new Titan taking down its own kind, with a human fighting style. Armin gives Mikasa his gas canisters, planning to sacrifice himself, but Mikasa refuses to leave him behind and tells him they're going to survive this together. Episode 8 starts with Armin coming up with a plan to lure the anti-Titan to HQ so he can kill as many Titans as possible and clear a path for them. Most of them make it to the building and crash in through the window. Jean sees members of the supply squad and goes ape on them for abandoning everyone outside. But they have bigger problems. Titans start breaking through the windows. They evacuate to HQ interior, but seeing the Titans breaks Jean's spirit. He wonders if humans can ever really beat these monsters. At that exact moment, Jean sees a massive fist. It's the anti-Titan, punching the actual Titans attacking HQ. Meanwhile, Mikasa, Connie, and Armin successfully make it to HQ. Mikasa explains that they can use this Titan to fight back against the rest, as we see it destroying other Titans. Using that as a distraction, the cadets use the lift to make it down to the supply room. There, Armin comes up with a plan on how to take out the 7 or so smaller Titans. He may be a coward, but he's always got a plan. Everyone takes positions, and they go for it. The weaker ones use the guns to distract the Titans, while the strong ones attack their napes from behind.
Fire!
The execution isn't perfect, but it works. The rest of the cadets refuel and are about to head back to the wall, but Mikasa is watching the anti-Titan. It's been pinned down by the other Titans, who are eating him now. Yikes. Jean says that they should leave him behind, but Reiner and Annie argue that it could be an ally. While they argue, it takes care of the last Titans before letting out a roar and collapsing. Everyone thinks it's dead, until a figure emerges from the Titan's nape, and that figure is Eren. What? Did you really think they were gonna kill the main character like that? Mikasa just hugs him and cries, while the rest of the cadets are shook. Episode 9 opens with a flashback to earlier that morning, with the scouting regiment leaving for a mission. We are introduced to our core characters. Commander Erwin, a no-nonsense, calm, and composed leader. Section Commander Hanji Zoe, an extremely intelligent woman whose curiosity for Titans borders on insanity. And Captain Levi, a strong and silent badass who's also a clean freak. We see how much of a badass Levi is, as he kills 3 Titans like it's nothing. Before consoling a dying comrade. Meanwhile, Hanji is having the time of her life fighting a Titan. Just then, Commander Erwin tells them all the Titans are moving north. They realize something must be wrong and race back to the wall. We are then shown Eren's perspective of being eaten by the Titan. He wakes up in the Titan's stomach and sees the remains of his comrades that were eaten too. Good God, that's traumatizing. He thinks about how he ended up here despite all his training, and points his chopped off hand towards the Titan's throat, swearing he'll kill every last one of them. And that's when the Titan's mouth explodes with a massive red hand. Eren can become a Titan now. Eren then wakes up, repeating one thing: I'll kill them all. We pan to Armin, horrified at this, which is low-key hilarious.
All of you. You're all gonna die.
And then we're shown a bunch of garrison soldiers who are basically scared for their lives. Everyone knows Eren just came out of a Titan, except Eren, who doesn't remember a thing. Eren's surrounded by soldiers, and Captain Waterman lays it out simply. If Eren makes a move or says something fishy, he's getting blasted by a cannon. Oh, and Mikasa and Armin are probably getting charged with treason. He then asks Eren a simple question. Is he a human or a Titan? Eren doesn't understand. So the captain explains how multiple people saw him come out of a Titan. He threatens to kill Eren, and Mikasa threatens them back. Eren says he's a human, but the captain's having none of that, and shoots the cannon at them. As they're about to get blown to smithereens, Eren remembers his dad's words and how their memories would show him what to do. He instinctively bites down on his hand and partially transforms into a Titan. Stopping the blast from the cannon and saving his friends. Oh boy. Episode 10 opens with Daz freaking out about his friends getting eaten by Titans and nearly deleting himself from the trauma, but Marco stops him. Meanwhile, Sasha's got a stomachache because, of course she does, and Jean, Krista, and Ymir are trying to figure out where Eren and Mikasa are without causing a panic. Suddenly, a cannon fires inside Wall Rose, making everyone rush to see what's happening. Protected by Eren's half-formed Titan, Mikasa and Armin watch as Eren wakes up and gets out of the Titan form. Armin then convinces the garrison regiment that Eren can be an asset to humanity. So don't blow him to smithereens? Pretty please? Captain Waterman is in no mood to listen, but Commander Pictius stops him. He doesn't want to blow up humanity's potential hope against Titans. Pictius has a plan: to seal the breach inside the wall with a giant boulder. Eren has doubts about controlling his Titan form. He's used it 1.5 times. But after realizing the stakes, he agrees to use his Titan form to help. Here we go. Episode 11 starts with Pictius explaining the plan to Eren and Armin. Meanwhile, the soldiers hearing the plan to retake Trost are pretty discouraged, and I don't blame them. Daz freaks out again, and things are looking pretty bleak. Back on the wall, Pictius and Eren talk about humanity and stuff. Pictius takes out his container, takes a swig, and offers Eren a sip, which he immediately spits out because kids shouldn't drink alcohol! Pictius and Eren then stand atop the wall and address the soldiers. Pictius tells them that Eren is a science experiment that can transform into a Titan. Armin then explains the plan. A bunch of soldiers will go to a corner of the wall and lure the Titans there, where they'll be bombarded by cannons. This will open up space for Eren's Titan to close the wall. The soldiers don't want to march into certain death, but Pictius is one charismatic bastard. He convinces the soldiers to stay. Pictius then explains that the mission to retake Wall Maria 4 years ago was actually just the government reducing the population. Damn! He says if Wall Rose gets breached, they'll only have Wall Sina left, and that means only 50% of humans would survive, which is why they have to succeed. No pressure, though. Pictius orders Ian, Rico, and Mitabi to guard Eren while he tries to plug the hole. Ian then asks Misaka to join them. Before they leave, Eren and Armin tell each other not to die, which really is the core of any great friendship. Commander Pictius tells the soldiers in the crowd that this would literally be humanity's first ever victory against the Titans. Sounds like humanity's got a bit of a skill issue to me. Freaking get good or something. Anyways, Eren and his group make it to the boulder. There, he bites his hand and transforms into his Titan form, which is cool as hell.
But as a symbol, as an idea, Trost regained shall stand as a reclamation of pride and hope beyond measure.
Seeing him walking toward the stone, Mikasa believes Eren will save everyone. Until Eren attacks Mikasa. Turns out he can't control his Titan. Great! That's just what we needed! Episode 12 starts with soldiers dying. Mikasa dodging Eren's punches, and the elite team discussing whether they should just abandon Eren. Mikasa jumps on Eren's face, trying to talk some sense into him, but Eren just punches himself in his own face. Idiot. Seeing a red flare, Armin decides to head over to Eren. The soldier tells Pixis to abandon the whole Eren plan, but Pixis trusts the elite team. Meanwhile, the elite team is still arguing about retreating, but decide to follow the plan. Mikasa thanks Ian, but he just asks her to protect her lover, which makes her blush. Oh, she's just a girl. Mikasa then sees Eren's wounds, which are not healing themselves anymore, which makes her panic. Meanwhile, Eren is half-conscious, getting visions of Mikasa and his family. Yeah, they might be cooked. Armin arrives just in time to see Eren's Titan injured. While that's happening, Jean, Connie, and Annie lure Titans to the corner of the wall. Back with the elite team, they're shook when they see more Titans coming in. Turns out, they're coming after Eren. Oh, come on! Armin then shows up and stabs Eren's nape, trying to wake him up. Eren is still half-conscious and can't hear what Armin is trying to say to him. Meanwhile, Mikasa and the elite team fight off the Titans approaching them. Back with the others, Connie and Annie manage to make it to the wall, but Jean's ODM gear breaks. Oh no. He hides in a house to get away from Titans, but spots a dead soldier that still has his ODM gear. Meanwhile, Armin finally gets through to Eren and he wakes up. Let's go! The next episode starts with the elite soldiers defending Eren, and it's not an easy task. They retreat to the boulder's location, where they see more Titans heading their way. Come on, Eren! Meanwhile, John is trying to take the gear from the dead soldier, but gets approached by a Titan. Thankfully, Annie, Connie, and Marcos save Jean. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and they turn around to see Eren. He's carrying the boulder and moving towards the wall, and everyone jumps in to protect him. Finally! Eren keeps walking towards the hole as the soldiers distract Titans to defend him, and a lot of soldiers lose their lives in this struggle. Throughout the entire Eren keeps moving towards the wall. Soldiers keep dying and getting eaten, and Eren keeps moving forward.
I feel like I'm about to buckle under the weight.
Finally, with Armin's screaming and encouragement, Eren blocks the breach in Wall Rose. Yes, sir! With tears in her eyes, Rico says her comrades didn't die in vain, and shoots a yellow signal flare to show they succeeded. Pixis, seeing this, immediately sends reinforcements to rescue the elite team. Rico, Mikasa, and Eren are then ambushed by 2 Titans, which are immediately killed by Captain Levi. The garrison and scout regiment begin killing Titans, and after a whole day of fighting, they're all dead. They even managed to capture 2 Titans. However, there were a lot of casualties. Such is the price of war. And it wasn't just no-name NPCs. Jean sees Marco's dead body. No. Like I said at the start, don't get too attached to anyone.
What is this thing?
Leftover Titan vomit.
Afterwards, Eren wakes up in an underground military jail and is questioned by Commander Erwin and Captain Levi. They ask him what his intentions are, and also ask him about the basement and the key. Eren tells them everything he knows, and says he wants to join the scout regiment and kill every last Titan. Levi agrees, but only so he can keep Eren close and kill him if he betrays them. Yikes. Episode 14 starts with Eren still imprisoned, and the news of a Titan siding with humans spreads like wildfire. The rich people hate it. The poor people see Eren as their savior, and the commander of the military police, Niall Dock, says that they need to get rid of him. That's when the leader of the entire military, Dallas Zachary, shows up. Oh, yeah. I kind of forgot to mention, they're holding a trial for Eren's life. Meanwhile, Eren and Pixis discuss the situation. Pixis says Zachary will have a final say in the matter, explaining that Zachary considers things based on whether they are good or bad for humanity. Erwin doesn't think they can win the trial, but he's ready to make a proposal depending on how things go. Back with Eren, Hanji leads him out of his cell, wishes him luck, and suddenly, Eren finds himself inside a military courtroom. Zachary explains that hiding Eren's existence isn't working anymore. They have to go public. Niall Dock and Pastor Nick, a religious guy who worships the walls, both want Eren dead. Damn, wall cultist! Erwin then steps in, saying he wants Eren to join the scout regiment to help reclaim Wall Maria, which gets mixed reviews. Zachary calms everyone down and asks Eren if he still wants to be a soldier for humanity. He says yes. Pastor Nick then brings up Eren and Mikasa killing those guys as kids, and that pisses Eren off. He basically calls them all cowards, saying that they should let him fight. Niall orders a soldier to aim at Eren, but Levi steps in and kicks the out of Eren. He even knocks out a tooth. Levi says he's the only one who can handle Eren if he transforms, and Erwin suggests taking Eren on a mission to prove his loyalty, and Zachary agrees. Ooh, he made it out alive. After the trial, Erwin apologizes, explaining the beating was part of their strategy. Eren understands it was necessary, but it's not that big a deal. After all, his tooth has already grown back. What kind of crazy regen powers do Titans have? The next episode sees Eren joining the scout regiment and head to their old headquarters, an abandoned old castle. Levi's elite squad all have the same task: kill Eren if he ever loses control. Ah, isn't it lovely being surrounded by people who are just waiting to kill you? Eren then finds out he's sleeping in the basement again, a rule set by the higher-ups. Eren is surprised by how strict Levi is about rules, and learns about his past as a thug. Meanwhile, Mish and Erwin discuss how to prove Eren's worth. Hanji then pulls Eren aside for an experiment involving 2 captured Titans. Despite how horrifying the Titans are, Hanji is super cheerful. Hanji loves Titans. It's weird, but just go with it, please. Eren is interested and spends the whole night learning about their experiments. Unfortunately, he ends up with more questions than answers. The next day, they wake up to see the captured Titans have been killed. The squad is stunned, and they realized someone snuck in, killed them, and then used their gear to escape. Levi decides it's time to leave. The military police will handle the investigation. Erwin then asks Eren about what he sees and who the enemy might be. Please remember this. It will be very important later. Episode 16 opens with the soldiers being investigated for an unauthorized use of ODM gear to kill the captured Titans. While Armin and Annie have a cute moment, at Scout Regiment HQ, Eld and Gunther wonder about whether new recruits will want to join the Scouts. They ask Eren about potential new members, but he doesn't have anyone in mind. Levi then joins them, and they set out on patrol. Meanwhile, Jean, Connie, Armin, and Sasha discuss their future. Erwin then addresses the group, explaining that joining the Scouts is basically a suicide mission. Most of the recruits leave, but Jean, Sasha, Connie, Mikasa, Armin, Rainer, Bertolt, Ymir, and Krista decide to stay, saluting Erwin. Yeah, we have our main cast set. Let's go!
I ask you, if you were ordered to die, could you do it?
We don't want to die, sir!
The new recruits begin training, focusing on mastering Erwin's long-range scouting formation. Later, as Eren finishes chores, he reunites with Mikasa and Armin. Mikasa is still mad about Levi kicking him, and says she'll take revenge. Eren is shocked to see Jean join the scouts, and is even more shocked to hear that Marcos is dead. Eren discusses his Titan abilities with Mikasa and Jean, admitting he lost control and attacked Mikasa, even though she tries to downplay it. She's so in love with him. As preparations are completed, the bell signals the start of the 57th expedition, with Erwin leading the soldiers out of the wall. The next episode kicks off the Scout Regiment's expedition beyond the walls. Soon into the journey, Mish picks up on a Titan nearby thanks to his insane sense of smell. Hanji is obviously excited, but they let the support squad handle it to keep the main group safe. Sasha, watching the action, is pretty spooked, but her leader reminds her to stay focused and leave it to the support squad. Poor potato girl. She just wants to eat food.
Too shallow! Just focus on defending the range!
Erwin had warned everyone that Titans could sometimes sneak up on them due to the terrain or other obstacles. And sure enough, as they pass through a village, Sasha runs into a crawling Titan. She panics and struggles with her flare gun, but her team leader and another squad member distract the Titan and lead it into a tree. Meanwhile, Armin's team is charged by an abnormal Titan. Nearby soldiers take it down with slick teamwork, but then another abnormal Titan appears. They try to take it down, but it kills both soldiers effortlessly. Armin realizes this Titan is different. It's probably another human who can transform into a Titan like Eren. Wait, what? Armin calls it the female Titan. This Titan confronts Armin, checks his face, and then leaves him unharmed? What? It turns out the female Titan led a group of Titans that wiped out most of the scouts on the right flank. Armin, Rainer, and Jean regroup, realizing that this Titan is looking for Eren. They figure out he's at the rear of the formation and decide they need to stall the female Titan to buy time for a retreat. Jean tries to slow it down, but the female Titan dodges his attacks and nearly captures him. It only hesitates when Armin shouts at it, giving Jean a chance to escape. Rainer then attempts a direct attack. It looks like the Titan crushes him, but he manages to escape by cutting through its hand. Badass! The female Titan takes off, but that's not good news. It's moving back towards the formation, where Eren is. The next episode sees Rainer, Armin, and Jean with just one horse. Jean tries to call his own horse, while they grapple with the tough decision of who might have to stay behind. Honestly, I'd pass out from that pressure. But just then, Krista shows up, bringing 2 horses, including Jean's. What an absolute hero! They rejoin the formation, which takes a different course instead of retreating. The scouts always have something up their sleeves. Meanwhile, Levi and his squad get the update that the right side of the formation has been straight up annihilated. They press on, but soon the report of an abnormal Titan comes in. At another location, a group of soldiers confront the female Titan. They try to coordinate an attack, but the female Titan just kills them. As the formation shifts east, they reach a forest of giant trees. Erwin decides only the center squad should enter. The rest of the scouts, like Sasha and John, will hold off other titans at the edge of the forest. Inside the forest, Eren is pretty iffy about the plan, but Levi says the trees help them use their ODM gear. During the chaos, they spot the female titan, and Levi's squad prepares for battle. Petra asks for orders, and Oruo wants to take the fight to the titan. As they get ready, Levi is quiet until the absolute last second, before telling everyone to cover their ears and shooting a flare. They're about to fight back. In the next episode, the scouts' main job is simple: protect Eren even if it kills you. Eren hates this, but Levi says they need to keep moving. Eren, who always struggles with following orders and seeing people die, almost transforms into his Titan form before Petra catches him. Levi then gives Eren a choice: trust his squad and keep moving, or follow his instincts and fight. He tells Eren to make the choice he'll regret the least, because he will regret it either way. Jesus Christ. The story then flashes back to a test with Hanji and Levi, where Eren tries to transform into a Titan, but he can't. Later, he reaches for a teaspoon and partially transforms. They realize Eren needs a clear goal to transform. Chomping on his hand isn't enough. After this incident, the squad realizes how hard they've been on Eren, and everyone bites their own hand in solidarity and apologizes to Eren. Wholesome stuff. Back in the present, Eren decides to trust his squad and follows Levi's orders, hearing the soldiers scream as they die. Just as the female Titan nearly catches them, they reach their goal: a trap that was set up with the exact purpose of catching a Titan. And using a bunch of grappling hooks, they do just that. The plan is a success. Levi reunites with Erwin, and they're ready to get some damn answers. Episode 20 starts with everyone on edge, thinking about what's next. Eren is curious about who it is, but Oruo and Petra remind him to stay focused on the mission. Meanwhile, Levi is ready to strike, but Erwin makes sure the female Titan is completely trapped by firing more wires to secure it. Outside the forest, Krista, Nanaba, and others make sure no Titans breach their perimeter. Inside the forest, scouts start asking why no one told them about the plan. Eren's comment about trust annoys Petra and Oruo, but Eld agrees with Eren. The reason Erwin didn't tell anyone is because he probably thinks there's a spy among them. Back at the female Titan, Levi and Mish try to penetrate its hardened skin, which is a lot like the armored Titan. Getting impatient, Erwin orders the use of explosives to break through the Titan's defenses. Levi, standing on the Titan, tells the person to give it up. In response, the female Titan screams. Honestly, real. But it turns out that wasn't a scream of frustration. She's actually invited all nearby Titans to come and eat her. Erwin tries to fight back, but tells everyone to retreat when he sees there are just too many of them. As they retreat, Erwin tells Levi to restock his supplies. Whoever was in the female Titan didn't just commit suicide. They probably escaped during the whole ruckus, disguised as a scout. The retreat signal goes up and the soldiers are relieved. They'll finally get to see who was inside the female Titan. But this is Attack on Titan. Nothing is as it seems. They realize whoever sent the signal wasn't Levi. Gunther spots someone approaching and goes to check, only to be killed mercilessly. Episode 21 opens with Erwin and Hanji debating how the female Titan escaped, and agree that whoever it was did the same thing the Colossal Titan does, using smoke to disappear. Eren and his squad now find themselves running away from the female Titan's user. Erwin says that the only reason she'd be chasing them is if she had enough strength to transform again, which she does. Oh no.
I hate being right. No time to lose. Move it! She's coming for us!
Eren has to trust his squad again and retreat, despite wanting to fight. Eld, Petra, and Oruo all fearlessly face her, but it's useless. The Titan kills all three of them. This is the last straw for Eren, who immediately transforms. He's gonna fight the female Titan himself. Levi and Mikasa hear his Titan scream and rush towards him. Eren gets a good start, but the female Titan's just too skilled, both in fighting and being a Titan. In an absolutely generational moment, she spinning roundhouse kicks Eren's head off before pulling his human body out of it. Mikasa arrives just in time to see Eren being swallowed. If I saw my crush get swallowed by a giant humanoid monster, oh boy, I'd alt F4 myself. She loses her mind and attacks the female Titan, but it's useless. Her hardening makes sure of that. Levi pulls Mikasa back, telling her to keep her distance and reassess the situation. Though Mikasa is furious, she's still clinging to hope that Eren might still be alive inside the female Titan. You and me both, sister. Episode 22 starts with Mikasa and Levi trying to rescue Eren from the female Titan. The plan is simple. Mikasa will distract her, and Levi will rescue Eren. And even for the female Titan, 2 Ackermans is a lot to handle. Their plan is working perfectly until Mikasa lets her emotions get the better of her. Levi has to jump in and save her, and he injures his ankle in the process. Still, it's enough. They've rescued Eren. And as they escape, Levi sees something that shocks him. The female Titan is crying. Wait, what? As they regroup, Levi gives Dieter a Scout Regiment emblem to remember his friend's bravery, which brings Dieter and me to tears. Levi might be a badass, but he is a really kind badass. They make their way back to the walls, and Eren finally wakes up and asks Mikasa what happened. This guy passes out a lot, doesn't he? Erwin, facing public outrage, prepares for a summons to the capital, while Eren is told that he'll be handed over to the government. Honestly, who would ever want to live a life this bleak? Episode 23 opens with Annie? She has a dream about her father training her before she wakes up in her room inside walled Sina. She joined the military police, so she gets to live inside the innermost wall. Over in the Stoas district, the rest of the lazy and corrupt military police, including Annie's colleagues Hitch and Marlowe, are supposed to escort a Scout Regiment convoy. Marlowe, who's disgusted by the corruption and joined the MP to make changes, catches their bosses selling equipment on the black market. He tries to stop them and gets beat up, but Annie and Hitch step in to help him out. After the convoy enters the city, Armin suddenly pulls Annie aside in an alley to ask for her help smuggling Eren out of the capital. Annie is hesitant, but she agrees, slipping on a mysterious ring before they head off. They reach an underground tunnel, and Armin goes in, but Annie refuses to follow. Armin is acting weird, and there are no civilians around. She senses a setup, but why are they setting her up? Armin then confronts Annie, accusing her of being the female Titan. What? His reasoning is simple. She had Marco's gear after the captured Titans were killed. Armin didn't want to believe it, but he believes it now. That's when Eren and Mikasa show up and try to get her to prove her innocence by following them underground. And Annie starts laughing like a maniac and admits she is the female Titan. The betrayal! Things heat up as Annie tries to transform. Armin fires a signal flare, and the hidden scouts rush to stop her. They try to hold her down and keep her from biting herself to transform. Unfortunately, that ring wasn't just for looking pretty. It has a hidden blade inside, which she uses to cut herself. Oh no. Mikasa quickly drags Eren and Armin to safety underground as Annie transforms. The next episode starts with Annie, now in full Titan mode, hot on Eren, Mikasa, and Armin's heels. Eren's trying to transform into his Titan form to fight back, but he's struggling. He's still in shock that Annie's the enemy. Mikasa and Armin decide that they need to distract Annie to get Eren an opening. But Annie isn't making it easy and traps Eren under some rubble. As Jean jumps into the mix, Erwin and Levi find themselves cornered by the military police, accused of being traitors. Meanwhile, Annie throws rubble everywhere, burying Eren even deeper. Armin figures she's been onto their plan from the start. Armin tries to taunt Annie, buying time for Jean to sneak an attack, which almost works, but Annie shields herself. The battle moves across the city, with Hanji and Moblit joining from above, trying to trap Annie with a net and a special weapon. Despite their efforts, Annie breaks free, leading to another chase. Back with Eren, crushed and brooding under the rubble, he finally locks in and transforms. Now full Titan mode, he catches Annie off guard with a massive punch and goes on a full-on rampage against her. Let's go! Their fight shakes the city, turning the tides of the battle as he and Annie throw down in a no-holds-barred match, drawing everyone's attention and turning the city into their battleground. Just got real. In the final episode of Season 1, Annie is being chased by Eren throughout the city, and people are getting hurt. Hanji and the crew are worried about Annie heading to an open area where their gear won't work, so they hustle to cut her off. Meanwhile, the battle between Eren and Annie gets intense. Eren charges, throwing her into a building, wrecking the town. But according to Hanji, that's all part of Erwin's master plan. Meanwhile, Hitch and Marlowe can't believe they're seeing Titans duke it out. Niall Doc, hearing about the destruction, blames Erwin and calls him a traitor. But Erwin just hands over command, getting handcuffed instead. He is so cool. As the fight rages on, Armin and Jean work to distract Annie. Eren gets a few good hits in, but Annie is still the better fighter. She bashes his head in and tries to escape by climbing off the wall, but Eren isn't giving up.
Even if the whole world stands against you, die!
And jumps onto her from behind. She manages to push him off and continues climbing, only for Mikasa to chop off her fingers. She falls down, and Eren proceeds to open a can of rated R whoop-ass on her, punching her mercilessly over and over again. Having defeated her, Eren hesitates in killing her when he sees her tears. Annie quickly hardens into a crystal, locking herself away. She's not dead, but not alive either. She's in a permanent coma. After the dust settles, Eren wakes up, mad that they didn't get any info from Annie. Levi assures him that it's over for now. Despite the setback, Erwin is hopeful. Meanwhile, the scouts prepare for the battles to come, and Eren, as he's done so many times, sleeps it off. And in the most disturbing twist of the entire show, so far at least, we're shown the part of Wall Sina Annie damaged while trying to escape, and see a colossal titan inside the wall staring back at us. The Titan rabbit hole goes deeper than anyone can even imagine, and we're just getting started. Season 2 kicks off with the Scout Regiment soldiers looking at the colossal titan in the wall. Hanji, as you can imagine, is losing her mind. But that's when Pastor Nick pops up, all stressed, telling them to keep the titan out of sunlight. Wait a minute. He knew about this? Meanwhile, Commander Erwin gets the heads up about the titan in the wall, and Marlowe and Hitch are left cleaning up after Eren and Annie's epic showdown, and they're not happy. Up on Wall Sina, Hanji and the gang manage to cover the exposed titan while Nick yaps about his cult-like church and ignores Hanji's questions. Frustrated, Hanji nearly tosses him off the wall. She's a better person than me. I would have tossed that sucker right off there. Suddenly, there's urgent news. Wall Rose has been breached. 12 hours ago, down south at a scout outpost, Sasha and Connie are bored out of their minds and are chatting about sneaking off home, when thuds in the distance grab everyone's attention. Turns out, Titans are approaching, and Mish Zacharias sends Tomas to alert Erwin while they retreat. The scouts split up to spread the word about the Titan attack. Sasha and Connie know the northern terrain well, and Connie realizes the Titans are coming from his village's direction. I would have had a panic attack if it were me. So Mish gives him the go-ahead to check it out after spreading the word. Back with Eren, he wakes up from a memory of his mom telling him to keep his cool for Misaka's sake. Misaka is right there, dozing off by his bedside. Eren thinks about getting her a new scarf, but before they can chat more, Armin bursts in with news about the Titan invasion. Levi checks in with Erwin, ready to join the battle. Cut to Wall Rose, where Mish is taking on Titans left and right. Just when he thinks he's in the clear, an absolutely massive Titan covered with hair grabs his horse. This is the Beast Titan. It chucks the horse at Mish, trapping him. Then it kneels down and talks. In perfect speech, it asks Mish about his ODM gear, but Mish is way too freaked out to chat with him. One of the Titans takes a bite out of Mish, and the Beast Titan smashes its face in. He asks Mish about the ODM gear again, and when he doesn't respond, Mish gets fed to the other Titans. Oh, great. So we have talking Titans now. What's next? Singing Titans? Dancing Titans? Voice acting Titans? Am I gonna get replaced by a Titan? The next episode starts with a soldier telling Commander Pixis and Captain Hannes about a breach in Wall Rose. That night, the Scout Regiment gears up to tackle the Titan problem. Eren, Mikasa, and Armin talk by their carriage, wondering if the Titans could actually breach the walls from within. Armin thinks about Shigansina and wonders if the walls might be made of the same hardening stuff that Annie uses. Inside, Hanji is glued to a microscope, until Levi calls them to get moving. Hanji grabs a small crystal from the table and they head out. On the carriage ride, Armin's curious about Pastor Nick being there with the scouts, but Hanji tells him not to worry about it. As they leave, Erwin fills everyone in on their mission to reach the Ymir district. On the way there, Levi suggests a bit of intimidation might loosen Pastor Nick's lips and get him talking, but Hanji says she doubts violence will make him talk. Meanwhile, Sasha ditches her post to go and warn her village about the Titans. I don't care what anyone says. I would do the same thing. On the way, she has a flashback about a conversation with her dad and sees Titan footprints on the way to her village. On her way, Sasha discovers a small Titan munching on a woman's leg as the woman's daughter watches in shock. Sasha tries to attack the Titan, but when that fails, she grabs the daughter and they bolt. Sasha fights off the Titan with arrows and they manage to escape. Sasha then finds her dad and his group and is welcome as a hero. A rare, wholesome moment in this depressing-ass show, and I needed it. Meanwhile, Connie races to his own village, Rakago, worried about his family. When he gets there, the streets are disturbingly silent. At his house, he finds a Titan laying on top of a roof, and its limbs are way too small to have carried itself there. Reiner and Gelgar join him, wondering how this Titan managed to get up there. The next episode sees Connie standing near his house, shaken by the sight of the small-limbed Titan. There are no dead bodies around, and no survivors either. The houses are destroyed, but there's no blood, and the horses are still tied up. Just as they're about to leave, the Titan speaks. Not only that, it says, "Welcome home," to Connie, leaving him shook. But Reiner snaps him out of it, reminding him of their urgent mission. But just what in the hell was that? Elsewhere in Wall Rose, after warning nearby towns of the Titan threat, Nanaba's squad prepares to scout the breach. Ymir tries to pull Krista from the front lines, but Nanaba says they need all hands on deck, and Krista admits she's okay with the risks, before asking Ymir why she joined the scouts. Come to think of it, why did Ymir join the scouts? We don't know jack about her. At the eastern line, the garrison successfully holds off Titans with cannons and precise attacks. During their success, Rico feels uneasy. He thinks their defenses won't hold against a larger wave of Titans. As night falls, Gelgar's squad hasn't found any breach. Tired, they spot a nearby castle and decide to continue their search after a night's rest at Utgard Castle. Back in Walsina, the scouts ride towards Ermik district. Hanji, fascinated by a crystal from the female Titan, talks to Armin about the possibility of using Eren's hardening ability to seal the breach in Wall Maria. They might be cooking! In Ermik, they see a disturbing sight. A bunch of refugees who've been displaced by the Titan breach. Levi uses this to press Pastor Nick. Moved by the sight, Nick hints that someone within the regiment might know more about the wall's secrets than they're letting on. Wait, hold on. You're telling me there's another traitor? As the scouts discuss this new lead, Reiner and Ymir are in the storage room, where it looks like Reiner just found out something disturbing about Ymir. But they're interrupted by an attack. A group of Titans, led by the Beast Titan, attack the castle. The scouts are forced to gear up for a fight, with the leaders drawing blades and recruits being told to stay back. Episode 4 sees Nanaba and the senior scouts gear up as Titans approach them. while the Beast Titan climbs Wall Rose. We then cut to about 2 hours earlier, when the team settled into the abandoned castle and noticed signs of recent visitors. Inside, everyone's a bit on edge, especially Connie. The Titan on top of his house reminds him of his mother. Ymir cracks a joke about it, saying Connie's dad must have been a Titan too. Am I going to hell for laughing at that? Later, as Ymir looks for food, she finds a can with the label in a different language, and Reiner notices Ymir can read it, which makes Ymir realize she's just slipped up big time. So that's what was happening in the last episode? See, now that's just weird. Who is Ymir? But Reiner has no time to ask her about it, as they're suddenly under attack by a horde of Titans. The senior officers dive into action, slicing and dicing, while Reiner and the recruits get trapped inside because they don't have any of their gear. The situation gets messy when a Titan breaks through a door and attacks Reiner and Bertolt. The two manage to fend off the Titan with some quick thinking and a pitchfork. Upstairs, the recruits do everything they can to stop the Titans. One of them gets too close and bites Reiner, but he throws the Titan out the window with some help from Connie and Ymir. Back at the top, it's not looking good. The Beast Titan is hurling boulders like they're baseballs, killing scouts and smashing stables. The remaining scouts, low on supplies and energy, make a desperate last stand. Nanaba and Gelgar fend off as many as they can, but it's too much, and Gelgar dies. Amidst the chaos, Krista tries to help Reiner with his injuries, fashioning a makeshift bandage from her skirt. Ymir, seeing the chaos they're facing, realizes that she has to go all out. She takes Connie's knife from him before telling Krista to live her life with pride. Then, she jumps off the tower towards the Titans and cuts her hand, which leads to a large explosion. Ymir can turn into a Titan too! What the hell is happening here? Episode 5 opens with a flashback to a few years ago. During a snowy training exercise, Krista, Ymir, and Daz ended up missing. Eren wanted to organize a search party to look for them, but the instructor said they needed to wait until the morning to avoid getting lost themselves. Meanwhile, Krista was dragging an unconscious Daz through the snow, determined to save him, even though Ymir said they should leave him behind. Seriously, what is her problem? Ymir asked Krista why she cared so much, and revealed that she knew about Krista's true past. Turns out, she's the child of some nobleman and his mistress. We even have royalty in the Scouts, man! This is insane! Seeing Krista wasn't giving up on Daz, Ymir pushed her into the snow and took Daz back in Titan form. Back at base, the cadets heard a loud crash and rushed outside, finding Ymir returning with Daz, safe and sound. Afterwards, Ymir told her secret to Krista in exchange for a promise. The day her secret is revealed, Krista will start going by her real name. Back at the castle, we see Ymir transform into a Titan to save Krista and the rest of the Scouts. Krista is super worried, but Ymir is a monster. Ymir eventually sacrifices the tower they're on to crush the Titans beneath it. After the collapse, the Scouts arrive just in time to clean up, with Mikasa saving Krista from a Titan. The battle wraps up with the Scouts clearing out the remaining Titans, and Eren even makes his first official kill as a human soldier. After the battle, Krista reveals her true name, Historia, to a severely wounded Ymir, who passes out with a smile. Episode 6 starts with the scout regiment on Wall Rose, lifting an unconscious Ymir to safety. Eren is worried, but she's healing. She's a Titan after all. Krista, who's going by her real name Historia now, discusses Ymir's hidden Titan powers with Hanji, who's obviously drooling, just thinking about Ymir's potential knowledge of Titans. Meanwhile, Reiner tells Eren and Armin he's stressed and wants to go home. Elsewhere, Connie updates Mikasa and Sasha about Reiner and Ymir. Hanji promises to investigate Connie's village after they find the wall breach. One problem with that, though. Captain Hannes reports there is no wall breach. During the confusion, we get the mother of all reveals. Reiner pulls Eren aside and says that he's the armored Titan and Berthold is the colossal Titan. Wait. What? Reiner says they're not out to kill humanity anymore. He just wants Eren to join them. Exposition time! 12 hours ago, the scouts realized Reiner and Berthold claimed to be from the same town Annie was supposedly from. What's more, when Annie attacked the scouts in Titan form, she attacked the right wing of the formation, and both Berthold and Reiner had that information. This disturbs Eren and Armin, and Levi tells them to pretend that this information doesn't exist until they can confront them about it somewhere underground. Unfortunately, that's not an option anymore, as Eren rejects Reiner's offer, because of course he does. Mikasa attacks him and Berthold, but can't kill either of them. Reiner and Berthold, with no more secrets to hide, transform into the armored and colossal Titans. Chaos erupts, leading to Reiner grabbing Eren and jumping off the wall. On the way down, Eren realizes he's been betrayed again. He transforms into his Titan, ready to fight. The next episode opens with a flashback to 3 years ago, when Reiner, Berthold, Eren, and Armin were hiking through the woods outside their training camp. Reiner wanted to go back home, while Berthold dreamt of a safe life in the military police, and Eren was fired up about wiping out all the Titans. Simpler times. Fast forward to the present on Wall Rose, and it's showtime. Eren throws a punch at Reiner, but ends up crashing down with him. Hanji calls for a strategic retreat as the colossal Titan swings into action, swallowing Ymir and another scout. Hanji's squad tries attacking the slow-moving colossal Titan, but has to pull back when Berthold releases a cloud of steam, making it impossible to approach. So Hanji plans to ambush him when he exits his Titan form. Meanwhile, Eren is getting his ass kicked by Reiner, even though Mikasa is actively attacking Reiner and trying to help him. Eren then recalls his training with Annie, who taught him a few grappling moves. Back in the fight, Eren uses Annie's techniques against Reiner, throwing him down and going for a lock. Despite Reiner's armor, Eren manages to find weak spots, and with Mikasa's help, tears Reiner's arm off. Mikasa cuts the tendons of his legs, which aren't covered by his armor, and he is down. Unable to move, Reiner lets out a scream. Hanji thinks this might be him calling for other Titans, but it's actually a signal to Berthold, who makes his colossal Titan fall on Reiner and Eren. Episode 8 opens with Berthold's colossal Titan falling on Eren and Reiner, giving Reiner the upper hand. He bites Eren out of his nape and escapes with Bertolt. Eren and Ymir have been taken. Despite the scouts' efforts, they can't follow them because of the ridiculous winds that the Colossal Titan caused. Oh no! Meanwhile, in Trost District, a drunk Pixis is woken up by his assistant and informed about a low Titan presence and possible new developments from Hannes' team. Commander Erwin arrives, pleased about capturing Annie, and they discuss the reactions of the higher-ups. This show is really political, but we're trying to skim through that as much as we can. Anyways, a scout reaches there and informs them about the encounter with the Colossal and Armored Titan. So now, they're in the loop too. Back at Battleside, the scouts reel from the Colossal Titan's attack. Mikasa is knocked out, and when she wakes up, she's mad. While the scouts regroup, Hannes tells Mikasa and Armin that if there's one person who won't give up, it's Eren. Plus, Hannes will be joining them, and he'll do whatever it takes to get Eren back. Soon, Erwin arrives with the equipment and personnel for a rescue mission. Historia and Connie are joining them too. Hanji deduces that Reiner and Bertolt are probably resting in a forest of giant trees in the southwest of Wall Maria, and plans a rescue mission there. As predicted, Eren wakes up in that forest, except he doesn't have his arms, and Reiner and Bertolt are looking over him and Ymir. Meanwhile, the scouts begin their expedition to rescue Eren. Episode 9 opens with Hanji, still nursing injuries, wanting to go to Connie's village. But she's convinced to stay back, and Moblit heads to Ragako to investigate the Titan at Connie's house instead. Meanwhile, Commander Erwin leads the combined forces of the Scout, Garrison, and Military Police regiments in a long-distance scouting formation towards the forest. Back with Eren, Ymir tells him to not transform. They're surrounded by Titans and are both still healing. Reiner tells them that they'll go to his hometown at night when the Titans are inactive. Wherever the hell that is. As Reiner yaps, Eren realizes he doesn't know a lot of things that he needs to know, like where Reiner and Bertolt are from, what their mission is, why Ymir can turn into a Titan, and whether or not she's on their side. So, he decides to do something he's never done before: suppress his emotions in order to gather information. Now that's what I call character development. While the scouts are making their way to Reiner and Bertolt, Reiner seems to slip between personas mid-conversation. He starts talking like he was just a soldier who saw the attack he and Bertolt did yesterday, and starts talking about getting them promoted when this is all over. Ymir realizes what's happened. The stress of a double life has gotten to Reiner, and he now has two personalities. One thinks it's a scout, the other was sent to destroy the scouts, and neither remembers what the other did. This is happening because he's haunted by his sins, like when he fed Marco to a Titan. Oh, yeah, screw this guy. Bertolt also expresses guilt over their actions, including their role in Eren's mother's death. Eren, as you can guess, promises both of them the most painful, merciless deaths they can imagine. Ymir shifts the conversation to the Beast Titan, saying it's behind the recent Titan invasion, and is also Reiner and Bertolt's ticket home. As they plan to take Ymir and Eren and move out, they see signal flares on the horizon. The Scout Regiment is here. Episode 10 opens in Ragako. where Moblith checks out the scene at Connie's house and finds the Titan on top of the ruins. He uses a portrait of his parents and realizes that the Titan does look like his mom. What in the world are these Titans? Meanwhile, Reiner and Bertolt panic about what to do. They need to take Annie, Historia, and possibly Eren if he's the coordinate back home. What is a coordinate? Where's home? You're gonna have to wait and see. Ymir is forced to make a decision. Choose her own safety or Historia's. Reiner tries to pick up Eren, who fights back, but fighting without arms is pretty hard. Reiner chokes him out and picks him up, and Bertolt and Ymir have a conversation about their lost memories as Titans, and Ymir apologizes to him. Turns out, she actually ate one of his friends. There's so much we don't know. As the scouts get closer, Reiner and Bertolt quickly escape using their gear, while Ymir, realizing Historia might be in the approaching scout regiment, insists they wait for her. She's afraid Historia might be used by others before they can save her. Reiner reassures Ymir about Historia's safety, but stresses the urgency of their mission. They have to look out for themselves first. As the scout regiment arrives, Ymir sees Historia is there too, and she tells them to stop so they can rescue her as well. But Reiner and Bertolt refuse. They have to get out now. We're then shown her backstory. Ymir was a beggar and an orphan who was adopted by a cult into their lead figure. Eventually, the cult was discovered, and the entire blame was pinned on Ymir. As a punishment, she was injected with some strange fluid and turned into a Titan? So that's how Titans are made? She then roamed outside the walls for 60 years before she ate Reiner and Bertolt's comrade, which somehow turned her back into a human and gave her the ability to transform into a Titan. From there, she made her way into the walls, overheard church members talk about Historia, and joined the 104th Cadet Corps, which is how she got here. Ymir then forces Reiner and Bertolt to wait for Historia. The scouts catch up and find Ymir's Titan. Just as Historia arrives, Ymir grabs her and whisks her away, betraying the scouts. Reiner transforms into the armored Titan, and they all escape with Eren and Historia, as the scouts chase them. As the armored Titan makes a run for it, Commander Erwin quickly hatches a plan and gets everyone in gear. During the chase, Mikasa is all business, ready to take out anyone in her way to save Eren. Meanwhile, Ymir talks with Historia. Ymir says she's sided with Reiner and Bertolt, hoping for a better life beyond the walls. But Historia isn't buying it. As the scouts close in, Ymir gets real with Historia, admitting she's using Historia to secure her own safety because of Historia's family connections. But Historia tells Ymir that she's still in her corner, no matter her reasons. And my friends won't even include me in plans they make right in front of me. What the hell? Eren starts waking up just as the scouts try to slow down the armored Titan. Mikasa dives in, slashing at Ymir and going for Bertolt, but Reiner jumps to his defense. Before Mikasa delivers the final blow on Ymir, Historia steps in to defend her, convincing Mikasa to back off for the moment. The rest of the crew catches up, and Jean tries to reason with Bertolt. Everyone's getting emotional over their betrayal. Bertolt finally breaks down, admitting he never wanted to hurt anyone, and saying being their comrade was the only good part of his life. But when Mikasa demands Eren back, Bertolt insists he can't hand him over. They have to complete their mission. Just then, Erwin leads a bunch of Titans right towards them. This guy really is insane.
Recover Eren from the armored titan and retreat! Your heart and soul to the core!
The situation gets desperate, and Erwin gets bit by a Titan. So, what does he do? He's the greatest man that's ever lived. I'd follow him into the gates of hell.
I said advance, goddammit! Eren's right in front of you! Do not falter!
The scouts move forward, and even though a lot of them die, they push on with Erwin's orders. Trying to create an opening, Armin tricks Bertolt into showing an opening. And in that moment, Erwin frees Eren. Mikasa quickly grabs him and the scouts start their retreat. Connie picks up Historia and tries to take her with them. She says she wants to go with Ymir, but Connie and Sasha aren't having it. They all make a break for it, but Reiner starts throwing Titans to stop the scouts' retreat. Eren and Mikasa fall off their horses, and in the distance, they see a familiar face. A Titan with a huge smile approaches them, and it's the same one that killed Eren's mom. Oh no. The last episode of Season 2 opens with Eren being haunted by memories of his mom's death as he looks at the Titan that ate her. Meanwhile, Reiner is chucking Titans left and right at the retreating scouts. Just when Eren and Mikasa are about to face the smiling Titan, Hannes steps in, determined to avenge Eren's mom after failing to save her years ago. Jean and Armin want to help, but Reiner's non-stop Titan throwing makes it tough for them to get close. Meanwhile, Ymir's torn between sticking with the scouts or handing Historia over to the warriors. But Historia walks up to Ymir and helps Ymir clear her mind. While this is going down, Hannes is doing his best to beat the smiling Titan. Mikasa is too injured to fight, and Eren can't turn into a Titan. And the rest of the scouts are getting their asses kicked in. Hannes continues his fight, and even gets the Titan on its knees, but it's not enough. The smiling Titan grabs Hannes, and right before Eren and Mikasa's eyes, eats him. No. Eren straight up breaks down, laughing and crying. And honestly, if I were him, I would have gone insane a long time ago. But Mikasa comforts him, reminding him of how much he means to her and thanks him for the scarf he gave her. This moment kind of snaps Eren back, and he promises to always be there to wrap that scarf around her as many times as she wants. Couple goals, I think? Just then, as Eren's wounds heal enough for him to transform, he punches the smiling Titan, which seems like a supremely stupid move until it triggers a mysterious power that makes the nearby Titans attack the smiling Titan instead of the scouts. The Titans completely tear the smiling Titan apart, and Eren has finally avenged the death of his mother. The scouts use this moment to get the hell out of there. Is this what Bertolt and Reiner meant by the coordinate controlling Titans? Now that is a crazy power. Realizing that Eren actually is the coordinate, Reiner and Bertolt freak out and try to escape, but the Titans, now under Eren's control, start chasing them instead. As the scouts escape back to Wall Rose, Ymir decides to help Reiner and Bertolt, picking her side. She says goodbye to Historia before turning around and helping the two of them, leaving Historia and everyone watching super confused. We then cut to Shigansina, where Ymir, Bertolt, and Reiner have made it, surviving the attack from the Titans. When asked why she helped them, she says she's an idiot, which is valid. Back in the safety of the Trost district, Erwin, Pixis, and Levi are interrupted by Hanji and Connie, who have some disturbing news. Meanwhile, Eren swears to plug Wall Maria and make Reiner and Bertolt pay. Back with Levi and the others, Connie and Hanji drop a bomb. The Titans with the Beast Titan were the residents of Ragako, turned into Titans. This devastates Levi, who can't believe he's been killing people all this time. I don't even know how to process that information, but Erwin is smiling. They're one step closer to the truth, and the final scene of the season shows us a mysterious figure wearing glasses emerging from the nape of the Beast Titan. You think what's happened so far was crazy? Trust me, y'all haven't seen a thing yet. Season 3 starts with Eren staring at the sea, getting all philosophical about what lies beyond it. But this is just foreshadowing for a future scene. Back in the present, Eren and his pals from the 104th Cadet Corps have shacked up in this cozy cabin and are cleaning up. They're all part of this new squad led by Levi. Levi drags everyone out to help with this experiment Hanji's cooking up to test Eren's Titan powers. The experiment, total bust. Eren's Titan form is a hot mess. It's kinda pathetic. Hanji is excited for some reason, but Eren's Titan powers are nowhere near ready to help with their big plan to seal up Wall Maria. Later, they all catch up. They talk about Eren and Historia's importance to their plans as two people look on in the distance. Later, Levi is talking with Erwin. Levi's thinking they can squeeze some crucial info out of Historia considering her royal bloodline. Meanwhile, Eren's trying to keep it together, and Connie's out for revenge against the Beast Titan after his mom turned into a Titan. Historia's having a bit of an identity crisis without Ymir around, and she's just not feeling like her old self. Things then take a dark turn, as they usually do in Attack on Titan. Hanji tells the cadets Pastor Nick was murdered, but was also tortured before he was killed. I never really liked the guy, but even then, torture's just not okay. They then learn they've got to bail, because the military police are on their trail. They want Eren and Historia. They make a sneaky escape, leaving no trace behind. The two onlookers from before see them escaping, and one of them calls Levi an old acquaintance. That can't be good. They're pulling a fast one with Eren and Historia disguised in a separate wagon to avoid capture. But things go sideways when the kidnappers show up and grab the wrong people. Jean and Armin in disguise. Lucky for them, Mikasa is there to bail them out, as only Mikasa can. And just when you think it's all going according to plan, in swoops a figure from Levi's past. The rootin', tootin', gun-shootin' Kenny the Ripper. Levi's old mentor and current nemesis. Kenny and his team aren't messing around, killing Levi's teammate and missing his head by an inch. Things get real intense, and the episode ends with the iconic clip of Levi screaming.
Don't look like you've changed much at all, boy. Kenny!
Episode 2 kicks off with Levi and Kenny having a full-blown shootout. Levi manages to dodge bullets like he's in the Matrix and realizes he needs to get some space. Back at the wagon, Eren and Historia are chillin' until they suddenly hear gunshots. Their buddy Kaiji tries to floor it, but Kenny's crew is on their asses. They rip the top of the carriage with grappling hooks, and bam! Eren and Historia are out in the open. Eren tries to fight back, but ends up getting tranquilized with Historia. Levi, meanwhile, is running for his life from Kenny and his team. He ducks into a bar to hide. Kenny follows him in, and just when Kenny thinks he's got Levi cornered, Levi pulls a fast one and blasts him with the bar owner's gun, which he just manages to block with a chair. Levi isn't done yet though. He throws a chair out the window as a decoy, jumps out, and uses one of Kenny's guys as a human shield while slicing up the others. His squad hears all the ruckus and comes running to back him up. Meanwhile, Levi's squad tries to rescue Eren and Historia, with Levi instructing them to be ready to kill these guys. Unfortunately, Jean ends up being held at gunpoint by one of Kenny's soldiers. Luckily for him, Armin bails him out by killing the soldier, but there are just too many of Kenny's men, and their blades are no match for their guns, so they have to pull back. Cut to the royal capital, where the bigwigs are chatting in the throne room until a man named Rod Reiss says he's got Eren and Historia. Their mission is a success. What does that mean? Meanwhile, Armin's having a tough time dealing with having killed someone. While he deals with that, Levi finds out where Historia and Eren are being kept from a merchant named Demo Reeves. Back with Erwin, Hanji breaks the bad news to him. Eren and Historia were captured, and if Eren's going to be eaten. Back with Levi, Demo sets a trap for 2 military police soldiers who get knocked out by Jean and Mikasa. Levi and Hanji then make them spill the beans. He reveals that the Reiss family is actually the real royal family, and Historia is the key to it all. Meanwhile, Kenny kills Demo Reeves for flipping sides. In a dramatic family reunion, Rod Reiss meets up with Historia in some mystery location. Did I mention that he's her dad? He gives her a big ol' hug and apologizes, while a gagged Eren just has to sit there and watch. Episode 3 opens with a flashback of Historia talking about her childhood. She was basically ignored by her mom, who eventually moved away. Some time passed, and after Wall Maria fell, she met her dad, Rod Reiss, the true king, for the first time. He was gonna take Historia in, only for Kenny and his men to show up. They killed Historia's mom right in front of her, so Rod saved Historia from the same fate by shipping her off with a new identity, Krista Lenz, which is how she ended up in the Scouts with that name. Damn, and I thought I had a tough childhood. Fast forward to now. Rod is being all apologetic, hugging Historia and telling her she's special because of her royal blood and all. He says she's humanity's savior and says he'll take her back to the place it all began. Meanwhile, Levi gets everyone back on track to their real mission, saving Eren. You see, if a Titan eats Eren, that Titan will turn back into a human and gain Eren's Titan powers. That night, Erwin and Dot Pixis come up with a plan: overthrow the government, set things right, and make Historia queen once they save her. Erwin then passes the torch to Hanji, making her the new head of the Scouts. But when dawn breaks, the MPs show up, accusing the Scouts of killing Demo Reeves. They arrest everyone except Hanji and Moblit, who manage to escape. Erwin then remembers his dad's conspiracy theory from when he was a kid. Basically, the theory states that the king altered the memories of the first humans inside the walls 107 years ago in order to make them easier to control. Like anyone who knows too much, Erwin's dad was killed. But now, Erwin's seeing his dad's legacy through. Meanwhile, the military police are putting wanted posters of the Scout regiment all over the place. Jean, Armin, and Mikasa sneak out of the city, heading to their camp in the woods. Levi's there in the woods strategizing their next move, knowing they've got a narrow window to act before Eren and Historia are taken deep into Reiss territory. Just as they're about to huddle up and plan, Sasha hears footsteps approaching. The next episode starts with Hitch and Marlowe looking for any scouts gone rogue. They find Armin, and they're about to take him in until Levi and Mikasa swoop in and take them captive instead. Meanwhile, Hanji is on a rescue mission in Trost, convincing Demo's son, Flegel Reeves, to accept the truth. His dad was murdered by the interior police. Flegel's scared, but Hanji pushes him to stand up for what's right. Back to the forest drama, Levi's got Hitch and Marlowe stripped of their gear. Levi says they'll be let go once they're in the clear of the area, but Hitch has a better idea. He wants to join them. Levi says no, but Jean decides to test them. It's intense, but Marlowe passes the test, so the scouts decide to work with them. The scouts then bust through a checkpoint and send the duo back before anyone gets suspicious. Back in Trost, Flegel's cornered by the interior police, but with a little help from Hanji and Moblit, he turns the tables on them. Flegel exposes them to the locals and uses the moment to claim his rightful place as boss, promising to protect the city. As night falls, Levi's trying to get info on Eren and Historia, but nothing's working.
But what really gets at me is this mouth of yours.
Just then, Sasha hears footsteps approaching. We then see Niall visiting Erwin in his cell. Niall talks about Erwin's upcoming trial, but Erwin doesn't give a damn. The next day, while Flegel's making his stand in Trost, the nobles are planning to execute Erwin and make sure their secrets stay safe. They have no idea what's coming for them. The episode starts with the military gearing up to dismantle the Scout regiment, and Erwin's execution is first on the docket. In the throne room, Erwin's doing his best to make his case, but these bastards already made up their mind. They decide they'll face the Titans without the Scouts and sentence Erwin to death. Oh, well, that's just great. That's when they all get the news. Wall Rose has been breached by Titans. Pixis tries to organize an evacuation, but Auriel, one of the nobles, orders to close the gates to Wall Sina. He'll take public outrage over the Titan attack. Asshole. But Niall isn't having any of that. He refuses to close the gates, standing up for humanity. Just then, Dallas Zachary shows up, backing Niall up with armed soldiers. Turns out, the Titan attack was just a bluff by Pixis to expose the nobles' true colors. And since they just did that, Pixis declares a full-on coup d'etat. They arrest the nobles and plan to replace the false king with a ruler who actually cares about the people. Erwin's freed, but he knows the real battle is just starting. Meanwhile, Levi's squad gears up for a fight, when Hanji and Moblit tell them the coup worked. Let's go! Later, Hanji and the scouts figure out Eren and Historia are being held in some secret underground crystal chapel. Meanwhile, at this crystal chapel, Eren's not having a good time. He's literally chained up and gagged, with Historia approaching him in what I can only call a ritual robe. Episode 6 starts with Eren trying to break free. Historia tells him Rod Reiss isn't the villain. She's been brainwashed. Speaking of which, Rod shows up, and both he and Historia touch Eren's back. This triggers a series of memories. Memories that aren't Eren's. He sees Rod and his family fighting a Titan in this very chapel. Turns out, these are his dad's memories. His dad was a Titan shifter, and he turned Eren into a Titan and let himself be eaten up. That's how Eren got his powers. Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, Historia's hit by her own memory wave. She remembers a black-haired girl named Frida who used to visit her at the farm, teaching her to read and be super kind. Turns out, Frida was Historia's half-sister, who had to erase her memories to keep her safe. Unfortunately, Eren's dad Grisha killed her and most of Rod's family, before stealing Frida's Titan abilities by eating her. But why? We'll have to wait for that answer, because that's when Kenny crashes the party and tells them the scouts are coming. Kenny remembers a chat he had with his dying grandfather. Their family, the Ackermans, were feared and persecuted by the king. Why? Because they're immune to those memory-altering powers. As Levi and his squad finally reach the chapel and find the hidden entrance, they're prepared for a brutal fight against Kenny's squad. The next episode starts with Rod telling Historia that Frida isn't entirely gone. Her memories still exist. He pulls out a syringe, just like the one Eren's dad used on him, and offers Historia the chance to meet Frida through these memories. All she has to do is take the injection, turn into a Titan, and eat Eren. Meanwhile, Levi, Hanji, and their squad storm into the chapel, create a smokescreen, and start their attack. The smoke gives Levi's team the upper hand, and the scouts start gaining ground. Kenny jumps in and 1v1s Levi. Meanwhile, Rod keeps trying to get Historia to turn into a Titan and eat Eren. Rod then explains that the power Grisha stole should be hers, explaining that the founding Titan's hardening ability is what made the walls and this chapel, and the memory-altering abilities that it has kept peace in their society. Kenny hears all of this and feels used. He wants that Titan power for himself, so he confronts Rod and almost kills him, but Historia stops him. She decides she's gonna follow her dad's plan. So, to recap, Historia follows Ymir when she uses her, and follow Rod when he uses her. Is Historia just really naive? Thankfully, Eren convinces her to not eat him with a lot of begging and even more crying. Historia then smashes the syringe and tosses Rod aside. Just as Historia frees Eren, Rod licks the spilled contents of the broken syringe and begins transforming into a Titan himself. Uh-oh. The following episode sees the scouts being chased down by Kenny's team. While trying to figure out their next move, everyone's attention is suddenly grabbed by Rod Reiss turning into a Titan. Rod's transformation isn't just a normal Titan transformation. It's massive. So massive, in fact, that the chapel begins to collapse. While Armin and Moblit get the wounded Hanji to safety, Historia tries to free Eren, but gets blown back. Mikasa catches her, and the scouts free Eren. That's when the ceiling starts caving in where Eren was chained. Kenny retreats with his squad, while the scouts find themselves trapped with no way out. But then, Eren spots a bottle labeled armor, and decides to take a gamble. He breaks the bottle between his teeth and transforms, hoping his Titan form can somehow reinforce the cavern structure. It works. His transformation triggers a crystallization that supports the cavern, saving everyone. Outside, Armin, Moblit, and Hanji watch Rod's massive Titan emerge, crawling away. Seriously, this thing is even bigger than the colossal Titan. Back underground, Jean and Mikasa free Eren from his Crystal Titan form, and Levi calls this effect hardening. They realize that this is the same way the walls were made, and now they finally have a way to seal the hole in Wall Maria. The scouts then escape and regroup with Erwin and the rest of the regiment. Erwin deduces Rod's headed for the Orvud district, so the scouts go there. As they prepare for what comes next, Historia reflects on her father's actions and prepares for her new role as the queen, a symbol of legitimate power to rally the public. She might be stupid, but she's all we have. The next episode starts with Rod Reiss, now a gigantic Titan, dragging himself towards the Orvud district. Despite the chance of civilians dying, Erwin decides they need to make a stand in Orvud, using the city as bait. They organize a practice evacuation to prepare for the worst, but they're taking a stand. As dawn breaks, the garrison fires cannon rounds at the approaching Titan, but artillery isn't making a dent. Meanwhile, Hanji arrives with a plan involving barrels of gunpowder and gear. Meanwhile, Historia tells Erwin that she needs to be an active leader, not just a figurehead. Go off, Queen. When Rod shows up, the scouts use the Titan's body heat against it, using carts loaded with gunpowder to trigger explosions. Armin and Sasha destroy its hands, while Eren chucks a net filled with gunpowder into Rod's mouth, setting off a massive explosion. Historia joins in too, and after the battle, declares herself as the true leader of the walls. Meanwhile, a seriously injured Kenny reflects on his life as he dies. He's discovered by Levi, who finds him holding a mysterious syringe, the same kind Rod used to turn into a Titan. Episode 10 starts with preparations for Historia's coronation ceremony. Meanwhile, Levi is informed that the scouts found Kenny, leading into a flashback that reveals Kenny's past. Years ago, Kenny had a violent first encounter with Rod Reiss, who showed him the power of a Titan. But Uri saw potential in him and turned him from an assassin into a protector of the crown. Kenny's story then shifts to a reunion with his sister Kuchel in a brothel, where he learns of his nephew Levi. Kenny took Levi under his wing and taught him how to survive. He gave Kenny enough food to keep him alive and taught him how to be a ruthless killer before leaving him when he was capable of taking care of himself. We're then shown how Kenny served the Reiss family behind the shadows, and how it led to this moment. So that's Levi's backstory. Back in the present, Levi talks to a dying Kenny, who says everyone is bound by their chains to something. Power, ambition, survival. He then hands Levi a syringe filled with Titan serum and dies. Meanwhile, it's time for Historia's coronation. She's crowned queen in front of the masses, and killing Rod gives her credibility as a symbol of hope for the people.
All right, Mikasa.
After you've smacked him, you should tell him this. I dare you to hit me back.
Historia even playfully punches Levi as a sign of her authority and confidence, and Levi just smiles, and he thanks all of them. Now that is what you love to see. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, the armored titan is lying down defeated, and Bertolt and the Beast Titan are plotting their next move. Episode 11 opens with Historia, a couple of months after becoming queen. She's out on a farm, running an orphanage, chasing after kiddos while Eren, Armin, and Jean just hang back and watch. Armin even calls her the cattle farming goddess because she's all about taking care of orphans and the needy, which everyone loves, including me. Historia then gets the guys to help her out, since it's getting dark. While they're carrying supplies, Historia asks Eren what would happen if they faced Reiner and Bertolt again. Eren says he would have to kill them. Cold. Mikasa then shows up and takes over Eren's chores, fussing over him because he's been pushing himself with hardening experiments for their Titan fighting tech. Wish someone would care about me that much. Meanwhile, we see the military has this new weapon. It basically traps a Titan and then drops a huge log on its nape. During a demo, Eren starts bleeding from his nose. He's overdoing it, but he doesn't care. He's locked in on getting to Shigansina district and plugging up the wall. At dinner, after Marlowe stops being an idiot, the scouts talk about what they've been through, and Jean plays it cool with the new recruits who are getting hyped about taking back Wall Maria. Show off. Meanwhile, Eren's lost in thought about Ymir and the horror of being a Titan, which Mikasa snaps him out of. Eren decides he needs to talk to Keith Shadis. So, Eren, Levi, Mikasa, Armin, Jean, Hanji, and Sasha go to see him. Sasha is super nervous around him and refuses to even sit, which is hilarious. Keith Shadis then tells Eren about his past with his dad, Grisha. Keith found Grisha outside Wall Maria, and Grisha had no memories of his past. He got cozy with Keith and the scouts, and eventually with Carla, Eren's mom. Keith felt overshadowed by Grisha, and his own failures as a scout commander led him to step down, feeling like he wasn't one of those special people designed for greatness.
Congratulations, Dr. Yeager!
He then tells them that the day the colossal and armored titans attacked, he was there, and he helped Grisha turn Eren into a titan. Damn! In the end, Keith sees himself as a bystander in the grand scheme. Hanji is mad at him and calls his behavior childish, but Eren forgives him. He gets it. Man, that is a lot to take in. The next episode sees the scout leaders Dallas, Zachary, and Pixis discussing the syringe Kenny left behind. Hanji is pretty stumped. Whoever cooked this up is way ahead of them technologically. Pixis says they might as well use it for their big plan, and they trust Levi with deciding who gets to use the syringe and when. Switch scenes, and Erwin's rallying his officers, prepping them to take back Wall Maria. Erwin then tells them that Grisha Yeager wasn't from inside the walls, just like the other Titan shifters they've met, and whatever secrets he had are stashed in the basement of his old house. Erwin says that if they want to get those secrets, they gotta do it the scout way. Head out there themselves. Levi tries to get Erwin to chill out now that he's missing an arm, but Erwin wants to lead the front. Of course he does.
Okay, that's enough. Stop right there. Any more of those noble-ass excuses, and I'm gonna break both your damn legs.
The night before they set off, the mess hall turns into a wild scene, with everyone fighting over food and petty grudges. They're almost acting like normal humans.
What, does the scout regiment never get any meat? Really, that's just sad.
Levi eventually shuts it down. If only life could always be this simple.
Why isn't anybody stopping us? How long's this gonna go on?
Afterwards, Eren, Mikasa, and Armin reflect on their journey. Come dawn, it's go time. The scouts are ready to leave when something crazy happens. The citizens of Trost, led by Flegel, give the scouts a send-off. That's literally never happened before, and Erwin makes sure to enjoy every second of it. And after seeing everything the scouts went through, this scene did make me cry. Meanwhile, over in Shigansina, Reiner and Bertolt sit on top of the wall, waiting for the battle that's coming. Episode 13 opens with the scout regiment sneaking towards Wall Maria under the cover of night. On their stealthy trek, they bump into a Titan just chilling out, asleep, because there's no moonlight to keep it awake. Eren, meanwhile, is feeling iffy about the whole mission. He plays it cool, but Mikasa and Armin notice he's a bit shaky. So Armin calms him down, and they talk about their love for freedom. Eren then says he wants to see the ocean with Armin by next year. They make it back to their hometown, and as soon as dawn breaks, it's go time. The scouts scale the wall, and Erwin's got a plan to seal both the inner and outer gates of Shiganshina. They've all got hoods covering their faces to keep the enemy guessing who is who. Once they land, Eren's hit with a wave of emotions seeing his old town, but Levi snaps him out of it. Hanji, noticing a strange lack of Titans, signals the green flare to mark their arrival. Eren then takes a leap of faith over the wall, transforms into his Titan form, and seals the breach successfully. With the outer gate sealed, they move to secure the inner gate. But Levi reminds Eren that sealing the gates is just the start. The real challenge will be dealing with Reiner and Bertolt. Armin, meanwhile, looks at the recent campsite on top of the wall and finds cooking supplies and black tea. Armin steps up, then guesses the enemies are hiding inside the walls. And he's right. Reiner bursts out of the wall and kills one of the scouts, leading to an ambush by Levi. Levi nearly kills Reiner, but can't finish him off. Erwin is barking orders when suddenly the Beast Titan shows up behind them, along with a bunch of other Titans.
We still need to find his allies!
He throws a boulder that seals the inner gate, trapping the scouts' horses and setting the stage for a showdown. Erwin sees this as the final battle to settle things once and for all. Episode 14 opens with the Beast Titan and his gang of massive Titans chilling outside Shiganshina district, while the scout regiment is waiting for them up on the wall. Meanwhile, Reiner, in his armored Titan form, is climbing the wall, and Erwin tells everyone to stay away from him. Meanwhile, Eren wonders why Erwin hasn't ordered an attack yet. Meanwhile, Erwin sees this four-legged Titan carrying cargo and seems like it's also a Titan shifter. That's when the Beast Titan screams, and the smaller Titans start charging the wall. Meanwhile, Armin's all nervous because the armored Titan's getting way too close, and they still have no clue where Bertolt is hiding. Erwin then tells the squad to join forces at the gate and get ready to bring down the armored titan using their new thunder spears. Erwin then pulls Levi and Armin aside for a quick strategy chat. He wants Levi to stick around to protect the horses and fight the beast titan when he gets the chance. Reiner's up on the wall now and is eyeing the scouts' horses until he sees Eren's titan. Reiner takes the bait and fights Eren. Eren lands a solid punch on Reiner with his hardened fists, cracking his armor. Back outside Shigansina, the new recruits are scrambling to move the horses to safety, with a scout named Flock getting super nervous. Levi's busy cutting down titans, trying to keep the smaller ones from wreaking havoc before the beast titan can attack again. The fight continues, with Eren and Reiner going at it. Eren's got the upper hand, but he gets cocky, and Reiner capitalizes on that, launching Eren into a building. That's when Hanji and Mikasa show off their new weapon, the Thunder Spear. Designed to pierce the armored titan's armor, Hanji and Mikasa blind Reiner with a direct hit to the eyes. The rest of the squad follows up, hammering him with more thunder spears, aiming to peel his armor right off. It is absolute chaos, with thunder spears flying into Reiner's nape. Reiner's in a panic, and the scouts are relentless. Just as he's about to scream out, the thunder spears explode. Episode 15 starts with a grim scene. Basically, when Eren first turned into a titan and plugged the wall with a boulder, Marco overheard Reiner and Bertolt talking about being the armored and colossal titans. Annie showed up, and Reiner explained the situation to her, so they got rid of Marco's ODM gear, and left Marco to die at the hands of a titan. That's when Reiner shifted back to his soldier persona and started asking why Marco was getting eaten by a titan. That might be where the split persona stuff started. We cut back to the present, and the scouts attacking the armored titan using their newly developed thunder spears. The explosive weapons prove effective, blasting Reiner's armor apart and leaving him vulnerable. The scouts celebrate because they think that they've won, but that's when Reiner unleashes a scream, which is a signal to the beast titan, who picks up a barrel that has Bertolt inside of it. What? He throws it over the wall, and Bertolt goes to check on Reiner as the scouts retreat. Armin tries to talk it out with Bertolt, but it's useless. Mikasa tries to jump Bertolt, but he survives. With Reiner hiding inside his titan to protect himself, Bertolt transforms into the colossal titan with a massive explosion. Bertolt, now in titan form, is throwing burning houses all over the place, hoping to crush the scouts. Mikasa, Armin, Jean, Connie, Sasha, and Eren think everyone in Team Hanji has died in the explosion, and that they're the only ones left. Meanwhile, Erwin and Levi look on as they wait for the Beast Titan to make his move. Episode 16 starts with the Colossal Titan going wild in Shiganshina District, throwing houses like they're confetti. Debris is raining down everywhere, and Mikasa realizes that Bertolt doesn't know where they are. Connie and Sasha are looking at Armin, expecting him to come up with a plan, but he's drawing a blank. So he asks Jean to take over. Jean steps up for the time being, but tells Armin to come up with something fast. Meanwhile, Levi and the scouts have taken down most of the small titans. That's when the Beast Titan starts throwing rocks, like he's playing some messed up baseball game. He tears through buildings and scouts, turning the air into a bloody mist. Yeesh. Erwin comes down from the wall to join Levi, filling him in. The front line is gone, leveled by the Beast Titan's rocks, and they can't cross to the other side because of the Colossal Titan. Erwin realizes that the Beast Titan's forcing the scouts into one place, making them easier to hit. The only ones left are the recruits, Levi, and Erwin. Levi asks Erwin if he has a plan, but Erwin's stalling. Meanwhile, inside Shigansina, John's trying to get Bertolt's attention with Eren's Titan. They try everything, but Bertolt just kicks Eren away, knocking him out. Jean tries to coordinate an attack, but Bertolt blasts them with steam, which blows away their thunder spears. And now, Mikasa is injured too. She asks Armin if he's got something yet, but before he can say anything, they see the armored Titan walking towards them. Well, this is going swimmingly, isn't it? Back to the Beast Titan, who's still throwing boulders at the scouts. Levi suggests they might need to escape, but Erwin's not buying it. He's got his plan in mind, but it needs everyone to make the ultimate sacrifice. He knows it means he'll never find out what's in Grisha's basement.
Give up on your dream and charge to your death. Lead those crying children straight to hell.
The Beast Titan then notices the signal flares and sees the scouts charging towards him. He's shocked because he did not expect a charge. Erwin and the scouts are riding straight into danger, firing signal flares to mess with the Beast Titan's aim. While they're drawing all the heat, Levi is sneaking up, using the other Titans as his path to get close enough to take down the Beast Titan. Erwin leads his scouts straight into death, giving what has to be the most badass speech of all time. What a man!
Because my soldiers do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of this world!
As the scouts charge, it's chaos. The bombardment hits hard. Erwin takes a serious hit and falls from his saddle. No! Episode 17 kicks off with Flock freaking out. As Erwin gets knocked off his horse during their mad charge against the Beast Titan, who's throwing rocks at them non-stop. Zeke, the dude inside the Beast Titan, says King Reiss messed things up by wiping humanity's memories. He catches himself getting sad, a bit like his dad, which he's not too happy about. Who is his dad? I feel like that'll be important. As Zeke starts his throw, poor Marlowe is caught up in his thoughts about Hitch, wondering what he's up to. And just like that, bam, he's hit by a rock. It's brutal. Zeke cheers as his attack wipes out the scouts, but a few survivors manage to pop off some more signal flares, which really pisses Zeke off. And he throws more rocks, killing even more scouts. This is hard to watch. With the scouts wiped out, the Beast Titan turns and sees that the rest of the Titans with him have all been killed. He realizes that everything the scouts were doing was a setup to buy time. And in that moment, Levi bursts through the green smoke and attacks. He uses his ODM gear and unmatched skills and starts slicing Zeke up. Levi is like a whirlwind, dodging Zeke's swipes and tearing the Beast Titan apart. Levi blinds him, cuts his legs, tears into him, and finally drags him out. He then sticks a blade in Zeke's mouth in one of the most badass moments in anime history. Levi's thinking about maybe using the Titan to pass Zeke's power onto Erwin, when the cart Titan rushes in and scoops Zeke up, taking him away. Levi's furious, and Zeke makes things worse by sending the rest of the Titans after him. Meanwhile, Flock survived and is left wandering in the chaos, surrounded by the bodies of fallen scouts. I sure hope this doesn't radicalize him. Back in Shiganshina, things aren't much better. Jean's trying to lead what's left of the scouts away from the wall. Realizing the Colossal Titan is getting skinnier, Armin finally comes up with a plan and wakes Eren up. Jean and the others charge Reiner to get his attention, but he ignores them and keeps moving. His eyes are set on Eren. So Mikasa attacks Reiner with a thunder spear, saying they need to kill him here and now. Meanwhile, Armin explains his plan to Eren and says if it works, they won't be able to see the sea together. Eren gets up to face Bertolt, but he slips and falls down the wall. Reiner then takes a swing at Armin, who jumps off and attaches his ODM gear to Bertolt's teeth. He's gonna distract him. He'll be burnt alive. Is he crazy? Back with Mikasa and the others, they make a plan to use their last 3 thunder spears to kill Reiner. Sasha and Connie will attack from the sides and use the thunder spears to open Reiner's jaw, while Mikasa will send the last one into his mouth, exploding his nape. Unfortunately, Sasha gets injured and her thunder spear misses. Meanwhile, Armin distracts Bertolt long enough for Eren, now in human form again, to climb the wall and take Bertolt out with a surprise attack from behind. It's a super risky move, but it pays off, and they capture Bertolt. Back with Mikasa and the others, it looks like Reiner's got them. But then, out of nowhere, Hanji shows up and hits the other side of his jaw with a spear, opening his mouth for Mikasa to deliver the final blow. Back with Eren, their victory with Bertolt comes at a cost. Armin has been burnt to a crisp by the Colossal Titan's heat. Eren thinks back to when he first met Armin and stands over his friend's burned corpse, saying he's more than a hero than anyone else. No. Episode 18 starts with Eren standing over the charred remains of Armin. He wishes that they had another way. Suddenly, he spots the cart titan making a grand entrance with Zeke on board. Eren doesn't waste a second. He grabs Bertolt and uses him as a hostage while facing the cart titan. Zeke, seeing Eren, tries to play mind games, claiming they're both victims of Grisha's manipulations. Eren realizes Zeke must be related to his dad because, well, he kinda looks like Grisha. Just as Zeke is about to say more, Levi shows up and Zeke knows he's outmatched. He calls it a draw and bails, saying he'll come back to save Eren someday. Who the hell is this guy? What does he want with Eren? Eren's about to hand over his gear to Levi to chase Zeke when he hears Armin gasping for air. He's still alive. Across town, Hanji's interrogating Reiner about a letter Ymir wrote for Historia. They consider using their Titan injection to steal Reiner's powers, while Mikasa zooms off to check on Eren and Armin. She arrives to find Eren trying to keep Armin alive, begging Levi for the Titan injection. Meanwhile, the cart titan jumps Hanji and the others before snatching up Reiner and taking him away. Back with Levi, he's about to hand the injection to Eren when Flock shows up with a severely wounded Erwin. Suddenly, it's a choice. Save Erwin or save Armin? And Mikasa draws her sword. Oh, come on! Eren and Mikasa think Armin should be saved. He's super smart and has saved them a bunch of times. But Levi fights back, and Flock says they owe it to the fallen scouts to save Erwin. After all, he's their leader. He charges Mikasa, and she's about to straight up end him, but Hanji gets there in time to stop her. She convinces them that Erwin is the right choice, no matter how much they want to save Armin. And both Mikasa and Eren give up. Levi's about to inject Erwin, but he rejects the injection. That moment decides it for Levi. He lets Erwin go, giving the injection to Armin instead. Bertolt wakes up just in time to see a Titan Armin gobble him up. Armin's the colossal Titan now. As the dust settles, Levi and Hanji sit beside Erwin's body, acknowledging his sacrifice.
And in the end, when he had finally been set free from this hell, we were about to bring him back for more.
The episode closes with the young scouts surrounding a newly reborn Armin, who emerges from his Titan form, healed and changed forever. So now we have 2 Titans with the good guys. At least there's that. To start this episode off, Armin wakes up from a dream where he sees a crying colossal Titan, which is pretty heavy stuff. He finds himself on top of Wall Maria with Sasha, who's injured. Armin then learns what happened. The scout regiment is down to just 9 soldiers. Erwin's dead, and he's the colossal Titan. Routine stuff. Levi explains that Eren and Mikasa went to extreme lengths to save him, and that Armin's now burdened with the weight of both Erwin's life and a Titan's power. With all that sorted, Eren, Mikasa, Levi, and Hanji decide it's time to check out Eren's old home, and they finally make it to Grisha's basement, where they hope to find answers. Inside the basement is pretty normal, until Mikasa finds a keyhole in Grisha's desk. Eren's key opens it and reveals a drawer with 3 mysterious books. They crack open the first book and find a photograph, which blows their minds because, well, photographs aren't a thing they know about inside the walls. Grisha's notes reveal this photograph is something from beyond the walls, and that humanity is alive and well outside the walls, contradicting everything humanity inside the walls believes. We then see Grisha's backstory. He and his sister Faye get excited about seeing an airship, but when they get there, Grisha takes his sister across the wall where they aren't allowed to go. Trust me, it'll make sense. Episode 20 opens with the same flashback continuing. Grisha and his sister get bullied by some man who calls them Devil Bloods and Eldians. And he says it in a way that almost sounds racist. Anyways, Grisha and Faye get caught, and Grisha chooses to take a beating to keep his family out of trouble. While Grisha takes his lumps, Faye is supposed to be escorted home, but ends up getting murdered. This radicalizes Grisha and turns him against the oppressive government. Some time passes, and Grisha learns the tale of Ymir Fritz, the originator of the Titan power. The story goes that Ymir made a pact with the devil, and after her death, her powers split into 9 Titans, who then went on to build the Eldian Empire. The Eldians ruled and oppressed for about 1700 years, when the nation of Marley eventually took over by snatching 7 of these Titans, setting off a war. The Eldians lost this war, after which the Eldian king took his people to Paradise Island, where they started living within 3 walls. Finally, things are starting to make sense. Grisha grew up and learnt the brutal truth behind Faye's death. So, he got involved with the Eldian restorationists. They then discovered the true history of Eldia. Ymir and her descendants actually laid the foundations for what made this continent the superpower it is today, and everything they were taught was a blatant lie. Grisha eventually married Dinah Fritz, a descendant of Ymir. They had a son and named him Zeke. Yeah, Grisha's son and Eren's half-brother is the Beast Titan. Grisha hoped Zeke would help their cause, but Zeke grew up and turned his parents in. Grisha was then taken to Paradise Island to be turned into a Titan as a form of eternal punishment. Here, Grisha was reunited with Kruger, the officer who once beat him as a child, and he also saw the man who killed his sister. Grisha watched in horror as all of his comrades were turned into Titans and banished to roam around the walls for eternity. He then had to see his wife get turned into a Titan as well, and wouldn't you know it, she became the smiling Titan that killed Eren's mom. But then, in a shocking twist, Kruger revealed himself as the Owl, the informant helping the Restorationists. Kruger then transformed into a Titan and destroyed a Marleyan ship. Episode 21 opens with the Owl, who we now know as Eren Kruger, unleashing his Titan form and takes out the Marley soldiers, throwing one into the sea. After the fight, Kruger shifted back to normal human form and cut Grisha free, introducing himself properly and sharing that he's also an Eldian, aka a subject of Ymir, and is a holder of one of the 9 Titans. He's been undercover all these years. Grisha asked Kruger why he didn't save his wife and the rest of his comrades. Kruger confessed that he's done some pretty unspeakable stuff to his own people, all in the name of restoring Eldia. Kruger then tells Grisha to infiltrate the walls and get the founding Titan. To do that, Grisha had to turn into a Titan and eat Kruger. When Grisha asked him why he couldn't do it himself, Kruger revealed he was about to die. You see, there's a thing called the Curse of Ymir. It means anyone with Titan powers dies in 13 years. Grisha says if he knew this was the price of freedom, he wouldn't have paid it. His fighting spirit is completely broken. But Kruger explains that he doesn't have a choice. He started this when he took his sister to see that airship. Kruger tells him that every Titan has a name, and the name of Kruger's Titan, the one Eren has now, is the Attack Titan. Fun tidbit for everyone, the name Attack on Titan is actually a mistranslation. The name of the show in Japanese is Shingeki no Kyojin, which directly translates to Attack Titan. Back to the present, Eren stands in his cell and says Attack Titan as Hanji and Levi come to free him. He and Mikasa were being punished for going against Levi and Shigansina. We cut to Historia next, who reads the letter Ymir wrote for her. Ymir tells Historia that she doesn't have much time left to live because of the curse of Ymir, and her only regret is that she couldn't marry Historia, which just makes her cry. Pain! Just then, Eren, Mikasa, and Armin walk in and awkwardly greet her as the queen. Together, they go to a meeting with all the senior personnel of the military, who are briefed on everything Eren was able to recover from his dad's basement. During this, Eren realizes he needs royal blood to control the founding Titan. As Kruger prepares to pass on his Titan to Grisha, he tells him to have a family within the walls, and says that he needs to complete his mission in order to save Armin and Mikasa. When Grisha asks him who that is, he says he doesn't know. He wonders whose memories those are. So, this means not only can the Attack Titan see its previous user's memories, but it can also see into the future too. This will be very important later, so remember it. Okay? Okay. In the last episode of Season 3, everyone is trying to make sense of the huge info dump from Grisha's journals. The military police are freaking out, thinking maybe they shouldn't tell everyone the truth to keep things calm. But Pixis says they've got to be better than the old kings and keep everyone clued in. Historia steps up and decides to spill the beans to everyone, believing that if they're going to face the same fate, they might as well face it together. As the word gets out, there's chaos inside the walls. Some are in denial, some are scared, and some thinks it's all a conspiracy. Hanji and Levi have a sit-down with reporters, who are trying to make sense of everything. Meanwhile, there's a military ceremony going on where Hitch pops up and talks about Marlowe, saying he was brave until the end. But Flock says Marlowe probably had regrets, which really upsets Hitch. What the hell is his problem? Flock isn't stopping there. He's on a truth-telling spree, telling Armin that they should have saved Erwin instead of him. This sparks a clash with Eren, who defends Armin, but Flock criticizes Eren for always thinking he's right. Jean tries to calm things down, and the ceremony goes on. Each of the surviving scouts, including Eren, receives a medal from Historia. But as Eren gets his medal and kisses Historia's hand, he's hit with another memory of his dad pleading with the Reiss family to stop the Titans. This shakes him up big time. As time passes, the military clears out the Titans from Wall Maria, and by the following year, they're finally ready to go outside the walls. The scouts see there aren't as many Titans as they thought and make their way to the ocean. It's a huge moment for everyone, especially Armin, who's been dreaming about this forever. But Eren's got a lot on his mind. He wonders if killing all their enemies across the sea will finally give them the freedom they've been fighting for. And I have to say, the answer to that question ends up shocking everyone. We're on to Season 4. Episode 1 starts with a shift in perspective. We're in Marley now, and are viewing things from the enemy's point of view. 4 years after the end of Season 3, it's the year 854, and Marley's been stuck in a 4-year war with the Mid-East Allied forces. The battle has kept Marley from their main goal, getting the founding Titan from Paradise Island. On the battlefield, a young soldier named Falco gets injured, and his brother Colt carries him to the safety of a nearby trench. Falco's squad gives him some first aid, while Colt reports to Commander Magath. Colt suggests a switch in plans, but Magath's like, nah. Gabby, another soldier, motivates Falco, reminding him that this is a test to decide who inherits Reiner's armored titan. Because of the whole Curse of Ymir thing, Gabby believes Marley's Eldians as the good ones, and wants to become the armored titan. The poor girl is completely lost in the propaganda. Meanwhile, Magath spots trouble, an armored train with new anti-Titan artillery. Colt says they need to use their Titan warriors, Porco Galliard and Peak. But Magath doesn't want to risk his valuable assets, especially after losing the Colossal and female Titans. So Gabby locks in and takes the armored train out with 7 hand grenades. Falco rushes to help Gabby, and Porco, the Jaw Titan, jumps in to shield them before going on a rampage against the enemy soldiers. With the train down, Zeke's warriors drop from an airship as Titans, raining chaos. The scene is brutal. Titans crash into the fort, crushing and devouring soldiers. The Mid-East Allied forces fight back, but they're getting cooked. Reiner joins the battle, but is quickly reminded nothing is sweet in war, as his armored titan is damaged by the new artillery. He derails the train, but is almost caught lacking by one of the anti-Titan cannons. Thankfully for him, Porco saves him at the last second. Meanwhile, Zeke faces off against the Mid-East fleet, using his Titan's strength to chuck artillery shells at them. However, he's caught off guard by return fire and only survives thanks to Reiner. Ultimately, the destruction of the Mid-East fleet leads to a peace treaty, but the battle shows Marley what they've been fearing. Their reliance on Titan power is becoming obsolete against modern technologies. The war may be over, but they need the founding Titans' power to keep their edge. As the city celebrates, a mysterious man with a surprisingly horse-like face reads about the victory. The next episode sees Magath, Zeke, and Colt in a meeting with a general. The general's mad at how the world sees Marley's near defeat as a win for the Mid-East allied forces. Magath admits the age of Titans is coming to an end, and they need the founding Titan to survive. Zeke proposes a plan to get the founding Titan again. The general agrees, but is concerned about Zeke. He's only got a year left to live, but Zeke promises that this time he'll get the founding Titan. After the meeting, Colt admires Zeke. Meanwhile, Reiner wakes from a nightmare of Shigansina. Porco then gives Reiner shit for saving him. Meanwhile, Peak, who's still adjusting to walking after being in Titan form for a long time, brushes off Porco's harsh words. She tells Reiner to visit his worried friends, including Gabi, who's most likely to be the successor to his armored Titan. At the harbor, young warrior candidates discuss grim futures in a world that hates Titans. Udo is losing his mind over it, but Reiner comes in and cheers all of them up. He then has a flashback of himself, Bertolt, and Annie as kids, which shakes him up. The dude has a lot of trauma. Later that evening, they celebrate on a train back to Liberio. Meanwhile, Falco and Reiner have a depressing conversation about the burdens of inheriting a Titan. Reiner gives Falco the business before saying that he's the one that should inherit his armored Titan, not Gabi. Back in Liberio, the Eldians return to their families in a super emotional scene. They're basically living as second-class citizens. Falco watches as Marley soldiers mess with Eldians who are suffering from war PTSD. These Marleyans are real grade A assholes. Oh, and Reiner and Gabi are cousins. Just thought I should mention that. The next day, Zeke secretly meets with the warrior unit, planning to use the influential Tiber family to rally global support at an upcoming festival. One problem, this plan is overheard by Marleyan officers. Uh-oh. Episode 3 opens with a flashback. Reiner's mom, Karina, is trying to explain to little Reiner why his dad isn't around. No, it's not because he went to get milk. It's because he's Marleyan, and they're not allowed to mix with Eldians. It's a bummer, and Karina wishes they could all just be Marleyan. That's why Reiner became a soldier, so his mom could live as a Marleyan. Damn, maybe I've been a bit too harsh on Reiner. We're then shown a young Zeke, who's taken the role of the big brother of the warrior candidates, and tells them about a big, upcoming mission to Paradise Island. Only 6 out of the 7 candidates will inherit Titans, and Reiner's super pumped about his chance to become a Marleyan. But Porco isn't so sure about that. He's been hating on Reiner since day 1. Reiner and Porco get into a fight, and Porco's big brother Marcel breaks it up. We then see child versions of Eren and Armin reading a book about the outside world. Back at the Marleyan headquarters, the big shots are watching the new warrior kids show off their Titan skills. Reiner ends up getting the armored Titan, and Porco is not happy about that. During a parade for the chosen warriors, Reiner spots his dad in the crowd and tries to reconnect with him. But his dad's not having it and tells Reiner to leave him alone. Hall of Fame deadbeat right there. Later, Reiner, Annie, Bertolt, and Marcel set sail for Paradise Island. On the way to the walls, Marcel tells Reiner the only reason he got the Armored Titan is because Marcel didn't want Porco to be a Titan shifter. Reiner is stunned, and he's still processing it when a Titan shows up out of nowhere and eats Marcel. Hi, Ymir. Nice to see you again. Reiner, Annie, and Bertolt, without Porco and the Jaw Titan, are left to decide their next move. Reiner wants to continue, but Annie wants to go back. They fight, Reiner wins, and they go through with the plan. Also, in case you're wondering how Marley got the Jaw Titan back, Ymir went back to Marley after the events of Season 2 and was eaten by Porco. Fast forward, and they attack Shigansina. The Smiling Titan, who we know is Dina Fritz, seemingly ignores Bertolt and goes to eat Eren's mom instead. Remember this. Later, they're in the 104th Cadet Corps, blending in, and that's exactly what they keep doing. One night, Annie says she's had enough of being a tool for Marley, but Reiner says they need to get the Founding Titan. It's the only way they can go home. The flashback ends with a memory of Eren and Reiner having a heart-to-heart moment. A moment we now know was nothing but lies. Reiner is too traumatized and decides he's gonna see how a bullet tastes. But that's when he sees Falco and realizes he can't do this, not when others are counting on him. Meanwhile, Falco goes to visit one of the soldiers suffering from PTSD at the hospital. Falco tells him he wants to protect Gabi, and the man talks about the horrors of war. His voice sounds a lot like someone we know, and I'm sure we've seen that eye somewhere. Episode 4 opens with Reiner bumping into Falco. Falco, a bit out of breath, tells Reiner he's running back to headquarters to grab something he forgot, but really, he's sneaking a letter out for Mr. Kruger, that mysterious soldier he met after coming back to Liberio. Kruger, huh? Anyways, later that evening, Magath and Kozlo learn that the entire Tiber family has arrived in town. As they head to greet them, Kozlo points out that the Tibers have their own security, separate from the Marleyan military. They meet Willie Tiber, the family head, who introduces them to his family. Willie and Magath have a private chat. Willie's curious if Magath can guess which one of them holds the Warhammer Titan, but Magath admits he's clueless. Willie says he wants to see the statue of Helos, a hero who supposedly saved the world from the devil of all Earth. Willie sees the statue as a symbol of Marleyan spirit, but Magath says it's an empty shell, much like Marley itself. Wow, way to believe in your country there, bud. Willie then reveals that the Tiber family has been pulling the strings in Marley, using their influence to push the nation towards war as a form of punishment. He plans to set things right by revealing the truth at the upcoming festival, and asks Magath to join him in steering Marley on a new path. What a normal and totally non-psychotic way to run a country. Good job. Meanwhile, over at a military briefing, Reiner shares strategies for attacking Paradise Island, but the officers dismiss him because of El Racismo. Outside, the warrior candidates wrap up their training, and Falco finally beats Gabi in a race. Gabi is not happy and asks him how he's gotten so much faster. So Falco admits he's been training hard lately so he can protect Gabi, not surpass her. Ooh, someone's in love. Meanwhile, the candidates check out the festival stage being set up and are mixed on whether this festival will actually help them. While that's happening, Magath and Willie Tiber continue discussing preparations for the event. Back at the hospital, Falco visits Mr. Kruger and is talking about Gabby again. As Falco leaves, a man named Dr. Yeager joins them, and he tells Kruger to cherish his family while he can. Dr. Yeager's filled with regrets about how he treated his own children. This is Grisha Yeager's father, aka Eren's grandpa. That evening, at a pre-festival gathering, Udo accidentally spills wine on Kiyomi Azumabito, a foreign ambassador, and is about to have a panic attack. Luckily, she covers for him. Meanwhile, Willie mingles with international guests, promising to unveil his plan to end the Titan menace during his speech the next night. The festival day bursts into life with food stalls and laughter. Reiner treats the warrior candidates to a feast and is happy they're all having a good time. As the day winds down, Falco pulls Reiner aside and says he needs to meet someone important. Reiner is confused, but goes along with it. He follows Reiner into a basement and is horrified to see that the man Falco was meeting is none other than Eren Yeager. I knew it! The next episode opens backstage at the big event. As Willie Tybur gears up for his theater production, Kiyomi boosts his spirits, praising his courage. Meanwhile, Eren invites Reiner to sit with him in a basement right under the stage, showing him that his hand is cut so he can transform into a Titan anytime he wants. Outside, Kiyomi and her guards leave the area, and Karina chats with Mr. Leonhardt, aka Annie's dad, in the audience, discussing their children's lives as warriors. Now that's what I call a depressing conversation. As Reiner and Eren talk, Willie takes the stage, diving into the dark history of the Eldian Empire and its brutal use of Titans. He spins the tale of the Great Titan War and the hero Helos, who, with the Tybur family's help, drove the Eldian king to retreat to Paradise Island. While that happens, a suspicious blonde-haired soldier lures Peak and Porco into a trap.
So where's Commander McGath?
Porco!
Trapping them underground. In the basement, Eren's conversation with Reiner turns tense as Falco figures out who he is. He tells Reiner they're not so different, having both been shaped by their past and what was expected of them. Eren tells Reiner that he accepts his role and that he's ready to act on it. Above them, Willie publicly shifts the blame for ongoing tension to Paradise Island, declaring Eren Yeager a global threat. He then explains why Eren is a threat to the world, the rumbling. The rumbling is basically when the person holding the founding Titan uses all of the Titans in the walls on Paradise Island to go on a rampage and destroy everything in their path. Eren then explains that he's not out for revenge anymore. He realizes everyone does what they have to do, and he doesn't blame Reiner for what he did. Reiner, overcome with guilt and regret, begs Eren to end his life.
Please, just kill me.
God damn! On stage, Willie's dramatic narrative reaches its peak as he calls for unity against their common enemy, which gets the crowd going. But the happiness explodes into chaos as Eren transforms into the Attack Titan right beneath the stage, killing Willie Tybur in a violent spectacle. Now that's an entrance! The next episode shows us Willie Tybur talking to his family before the festival. You see, Willie was planning to use his speech to draw out the enemies hiding in Liberio. Magath's worried, but Willie's set on making a dramatic statement to get the world's sympathy. Sure, they'll be putting a lot of lives in danger, but it's necessary to get the global support that they need. They shake on it, accepting the messy reality of their situation. Eldians and Marleyans are both in deep shit. Back to the present, Eren has just chomped down Willy and started war with the Marleyans and the rest of the world. It is pandemonium. Colt and Gabby make it out, but Udo gets killed by the stampede. Damn. Lara Tiber, who's been watching all this madness, decides it's time to step in. She transforms into the Warhammer Titan, ready to take on Eren. Eren breaks the anime rule and smacks her before she's fully transformed and begins a beatdown on her, as the Marleyan soldiers look at Eren in pure horror. Meanwhile, the Warhammer Titan manages to impale him and lift him about 50 feet in the air. That's gotta hurt. Somewhere underground, Peak and Porco are trapped, but they get rescued by the Panzer unit. They get some updates about the battle, and Peak tells Porco to hold off before jumping into the fight. Just then, we hear the familiar sound of ODM gear. The Scout Regiment is here! Eren breaks off the impaling strike and dodges another attack by the Warhammer Titan, who's fully formed now. As he's ready to charge in, the Marleyan soldiers hit him with anti-Titan artillery, trying to take him down. Lara then hits Eren with a hammer made of hardened Titan stuff, shattering his arms and head. Unable to move, he calls out to Mikasa for help, and wouldn't you know it, she shows up. Mikasa attacks the Warhammer Titan with thunder spears, while the scouts destroy the anti-Titan artillery. Mikasa sees Eren and just asks him to come home. I guess a lot has happened in these 4 years. Meanwhile, Magath is losing his cool. The whole scene is turning into chaos, and he has to order a full evacuation. But before he can finish planning, a bomb crashes through the window and explodes nearby. The scouts are kicking the Marleyans' asses. Jean tells Flock to keep casualties to a minimum, but Flock doesn't give a damn about Marleyan lives. And honestly, I don't blame him. Back to Mikasa and Eren. Eren doesn't care about killing civilians or kids. He just wants the Warhammer Titan, who's still standing. This isn't the Eren I know and love. While Mikasa and Eren fight, Colt's begging a doctor to help an already dead Udo. And Gabby decides she's going to fight back. She finds a convoy and tries to sneak on, but the guards tell her to go home. Suddenly, the Scout Regiment attacks the soldiers, and Gabby grabs a rifle when one of the guards gets shot by Sasha. Back with Eren, he figures out that the Warhammer Titan's real body is underground. Eren gets a hold of it, cuts the connection, and the Warhammer Titan drops like a sack of potatoes. Porco, in his Jaw Titan form, sneaks up behind Eren and tries to take a bite out of his nape, but Levi's there to put a stop to that, slashing his cheek. Porco gets thrown off and Mikasa's right there, blasting him with a thunder spear. As he falls to the ground, he's shocked at how the scouts are charging at him, a Titan with no fear in their eyes. It's one of the coolest scenes in the entire show.
They're not humans. They're devils.
The next episode kicks off as Peak shows up in Titan form and saves Porco from the scouts. Meanwhile, Lara Tiber isn't gonna wait to be eaten. She uses her powers to blow Eren into the sky with a weird-looking Titan tree. Meanwhile, Levi turns around to see an old friend, Zeke, as the Beast Titan. He tells his soldiers to not die before jumping in to fight Levi again. Round 2 between them is on. Away from this madness, we see that Falco survived the explosion from Eren's transformation thanks to Reiner's Colossal Titan. He sees the fighting and realizes he's been bamboozled. But Reiner's out cold, so Falco decides to help. Meanwhile, Porco and Peak are protecting Zeke, while Eren's teeth can't seem to get through Lara's protective crystal. Realizing he's not getting anywhere, Eren jumps out of this beaten up Titan body to whip up a fresh one. Porco's freaking out that Eren's still up for round 2, but Peak's there to calm him down. She says they have numbers, gear, and a plan to stop Levi from cooking Zeke like he did last time. Zeke agrees as he throws more rocks at the scouts and calls out to Levi. As Falco runs off to find some help for Reiner, he bumps into Magath and Gabby joins them. Just as Marleyan troops are gathering at their harbor, Armin shows up and ambushes them by transforming into the Colossal Titan, literally wiping out their fleet with one massive explosion. Levi then swoops in and cuts the Beast Titan's nape, knocking Zeke right out of commission before throwing a grenade on Gabby, Falco, and Magath, which they barely survive. Meanwhile, on the roofs, Sasha takes a clean shot at Carlo, the guy shooting the guns on Peek's back, leaving Peek open for a direct hit from Jean's Thunder Spear. 3 other scouts get her too, and she tumbles off the roof. And I'm sorry, but the shot of her eyes wide apart is so funny for reasons I can't explain. Meanwhile, Armin gets out of his Colossal Titan and is horrified by the destruction he's caused, and he wonders if this is what Bertolt felt like when he tore down the walls. Back with Peek, Jean's ready to finish the job, but Falco throws himself in the line of fire, begging Jean to hold back. Jean fires anyway, but misses, wondering if it was the steam or his conscience that threw off his aim. I think we all know it was his conscience. Peek's hurt pretty bad and tells Falco to get out. But instead of bailing, Falco and Gabby help get her to safety. Meanwhile, Eren's still fighting Porco. Porco, in a fit of rage, goes for Eren and bites his hand off. He goes for Eren's nape, but Eren uses Lara Tiber's crystal to protect himself. That's when he sees that Porco's claw actually damaged the crystal. Just then, Hanji and the other scouts fly in to rescue them in an airship. Porco tries to charge Eren again, but Mikasa cuts his legs off. Seeing an opportunity, Eren beats the shit out of Porco and rips his hands off before using his jaw like a nutcracker, crushing Lara's crystal and drinking the blood, absorbing the Warhammer Titan's powers as Gabby and Falco scream out for him. Even though Reiner just wants to die in peace, he transforms into the Armored Titan, setting up round 3 between him and Eren. And Eren leads 2-0 so far. Episode 8 opens with Reiner's Armored Titan getting smacked by Eren's hardened fist, which wrecks his jaw. Still, he manages to pull Porco away, stopping Eren from chomping down on him. Eren then pops out of his Titan and says he doesn't have the strength to kill Reiner. Mikasa agrees and they retreat, with Reiner struggling to stand after just one punch. Make that 3-0. As the scouts retreat to their ship, Jean's yelling orders to defend it from below. Gabby's not having any of this and grabs a rifle, chasing after the airship, with poor Falco trying to stop her. Eren and Mikasa make it on board, but Levi isn't too happy about the mess Eren's caused, and greets him with a mean kick. He then has Eren tied up. Eren's calm, saying he wrote everything in his letters, but Levi's not impressed. The airship's clear to go, and the scouts leave. Flock gets everyone pumped up, calling their mission a big win for the quote, new Eldian Empire. Jean's not as enthusiastic, thinking about all the people they'll have to kill for their freedom. Down on the ground, Gabby finds a soldier guarding the airship, shoots him dead, and uses his ODM gear to hitch a ride up. Falco's not letting her go alone, grabbing onto her as they zip up, with Colt screaming at them to come back. Jean's waiting at the top and hears the thump of a body hitting the airship. He tells everyone to keep quiet, but before they can settle down, Gabby rolls in and shoots Sasha. No! Jean and Gabby are about to have a shootout, but Falco tackles Gabby, and Jean misses his shot. It's chaos, and the scouts beat the snot out of Gabby and Falco, while Jean and Connie rush to help Sasha, but it's no use. She's dead. Flock wants to throw them out of the airship, but Jean refuses to kill children. He's a better man than me. I would have seen which one I could throw further. Meanwhile, Magath finds out that Gabby and Falco are missing, and Peak tells him about the soldier who trapped her and Porco. She recognizes him as a follower of Zeke. Back on the airship, Jean takes Gabby and Falco to Eren, where they see Zeke. Gabby and Falco can't believe it. The Beast Titan's just chillin' with the guy who wrecked their hometown. Hanji's questioning Zeke, who's sitting with Eren. Hanji mentions some hiccups with the plan, but Zeke says it's mostly on track. He's working with the scouts now. Jean's still mad about how their plan got messed up by failing to keep the warriors trapped, and Yelena, one of Zeke's followers, owns up to it. Meanwhile, Mikasa and Armin are sitting with Sasha as she slips away. Eren asks a crying Connie about Sasha's last words, and when he hears it was meat, he lets out this weird laugh, thinking about how much Sasha loved food before gritting his teeth. He's in pain. Jean's not laughing though. He blames Eren's recklessness for Sasha's death, and the look on Eren's face says he agrees. I will never forgive this show for killing Potato Girl. Never! The next episode shows us a flashback to 3 years ago, being narrated by Armin. Things get real for a Marleyan ship cruising towards Paradise Island when Eren's attack titan casually picks it up like it's a toy boat. Hanji then welcomes them while holding another Marleyan named Nicolo hostage. That's when Yelena, one of their own soldiers, shoots the captain. Turns out Yelena and half of her crew were ready to switch teams and joined what they called the Anti-Marleyan Volunteers. Sounds rebellious. I like it. While Hanji is geeking out over a Marleyan pistol, Yelena and Onyakopan fill them in on Marley's military power and how it's too busy fighting other countries to focus on Paradise. Yelena also fangirls about Zeke, describing meeting him like bumping into a god. She should start a fan club with Levi. I'd pay to see that. Back on Paradise Island, Hanji is briefing everyone about Zeke's big plan. Basically, it needs the founding titan and a titan with royal blood to come in contact with each other. Eren then tells them that touching Dina Fritz, aka the Smiling Titan, who was of royal blood, let him use the founding titan's power once. Levi isn't thrilled Eren kept this a secret for so long, but he did it because he was worried about putting Historia at risk. Hanji convinces everyone that they needed help to keep these new Marleyan volunteers around for protection. Oh, well, I'm sure she won't regret this in the future. Back in the present, everyone's mourning Sasha. Jean and Connie are miserable, and so is Nicolo, who's getting his ass beaten by an Eldian soldier who's mad at a Marleyan for visiting her grave. Nicolo is a great cook, and Sasha loved his food. Connie and Jean save Nicolo, who can't believe she's gone. Connie says it's like he lost his twin. Just then, Sasha's family shows up. As they mourn, Nicolo tells Sasha's dad that she loved his cooking more than anyone else, and invites them to eat his food anytime on the house. Later, Levi is transporting Zeke to a secret location. Zeke asks if he can see Eren first, but Levi says no. Meanwhile, the Anti-Marleyan volunteers hand over all the Titan serum they secured from Marley. Unfortunately, Pixis plays it safe and locks them all up, despite their help. Zeke, meanwhile, gets to stay in a giant fortress, ideal for trapping him if need be. Gabby and Falco are also locked up in a prison, and Gabby is losing her mind with anger. Meanwhile, we also see the person Armin is telling all of this to, Annie. That's not weird at all. The episode ends with Eren being locked up, but he knows the only way to win is to fight. Episode 10 starts with Eren stuck in a prison cell, staring at a mirror and muttering "fight" over and over again. Yeah, he's lost it. Hanji pops in, and Eren's in no mood for small talk. He screams at Hanji, asking her what she wants. Rewind to 2 years earlier. The scouts are with Yelena and the anti-Marleyan volunteers at the newly opened Paradise Island port, and they're about to meet Kiyomi Azumabito from Hizuru, the same person Udo spilled wine onto. It's like a big deal because she's the first outsider who isn't trying to kill them. It's a nice change of pace. Kiyomi shows up and instantly recognizes the crest on Mikasa's wrist. Mikasa reveals the tattoo her mom passed down onto her, and Kiyomi explains how Mikasa is related to their shogun, which is Japanese for military leader. She then tells the story of how the shogun's son ended up on Paradise a long time ago, and Mikasa's the last descendant of that bloodline. Well, I'll be damned, Mikasa's royalty! Outside, the military is struggling to wrap its head around the concept of other nations existing. Historia is happy that Mikasa also has a burden because of her bloodline, which is a very concerning thing to bond over. The conversation with Kiyomi then shifts to the whole Zeke deal. Turns out, Zeke's grand plan involves some serious steps, including testing out the rumbling and passing on the Beast Titan to someone with royal blood, aka Historia. But Eren isn't a big fan of that. Fast forward to the present, and Hanji is trying to get Eren to calm down in his cell. Eren tells her that because of the Warhammer Titan's power, he can get out of his cell whenever he likes. He then grabs Hanji and pulls her against the bars, asking her what she's going to do about it. Hanji gets herself away from him and leaves, seriously regretting becoming commander of the scouts. Meanwhile, far away on a farm, a pregnant Historia is sitting on her porch. She fell in love with a dude from her hometown and they got married. We learn this from soldiers who are drinking wine as they talk, and Niccolo gives the waiter another bottle as ominous music plays behind the scene. Something's up with the wine. Meanwhile, the scouts are getting worried about Eren. Connie says he's not acting like himself at all, and if he really goes all in with Zeke, they might have to take him down. Mikasa's still hopeful, of course, but Jean isn't. Armin suggests that he and Mikasa talk to Eren to see what's up. Jean's skeptical, saying he might have already gone full psycho. They need a plan. Armin says that they have Titan serum, so they could just Titanize someone they trust to take over from Eren if things go south. Horrifying, but still a pretty good backup plan. Meanwhile, over in the forest of giant trees, some of the scouts are chilling with a drink while Levi is giving Zeke the side-eye, not trusting him for a second. The next episode starts with Gabby escaping by pretending she's sick and rocking a guard.
Gabby!
Falco's worried about their escape plan, but Gabby's not stopping for a second. They need to go now. Meanwhile, Reiner wakes up in a hospital back in Marley, wondering where Gabby and Falco are. We cut back to Gabby and Falco, who are taking a break by a river after a night on the run. After they get into a fight, a local girl named Kaya finds them and asks them who they are. Gabby tells her they're runaways, and Kaya invites them for breakfast. Gabby's about to attack Kaya until she invites them inside to eat. Inside, Kaya's family gives them a warm welcome. Yeah, as in Sasha Brous. Gabby tries to refuse their kindness because they're supposed to be the devils of Paradise Island, but Falco couldn't care less and dives into his breakfast. Eventually, Gabby starts eating too. On the port, Kiyomi Azumabito is talking to Dallas Zachary about how their military raid went smoothly. Hanji gets grilled by the public for having Eren in a prison. Hanji's doing her best to keep everything calm and peaceful, useful, but the people want more transparency from the military. Flock and some other scouts argue that Eren did nothing wrong and should be freed, so Hanji puts them in prison for leaking that info to the public. Back on the farm, Kaya shows Gabby and Falco around. Kaya shows them her old village and says her mom was eaten by a titan. She gets into a debate with Gabby about the sins of Eldians, and Kaya tells them she knows they're from Marley. Kaya then invites Gabby and Falco to a restaurant run by a Marleyan. This is Niccolo. Gabby's suspicious, but Kaya's just inspired by someone who once saved her life. It was Sasha, by the way. This is the kid Sasha saved in Season 2. Meanwhile, at Marley's military headquarters, they've figured out that Zeke faked his death and escaped with the scouts. He's on their side now. Reiner tells the warriors that waiting too long will just play into Zeke's hands. They need to attack now. The following episode opens with Hitch catching Armin talking to Annie's crystal. Armin is super embarrassed and asks her not to ban him, but Hitch is super cool about the whole thing. After they step out, Hitch hands Armin the day's newspaper. The headlines are all about the military keeping Eren locked up and losing people's trust. They see a whole bunch of protesters outside the military base, all chanting for Eren to be freed. Meanwhile, Pixis is having a serious chat with Yelena, who admits she secretly met Eren almost a year ago. Yelena says Eren is about to change the world, and she just wants to see it from his side. Pixis, as you can imagine, doesn't buy it, but lets her talk anyways. Back at military HQ, Mikasa and Armin are trying to get a meeting with Eren, but Dallas Zachary is like, nah. He's worried about leaks and possibly having a mole in the military. While they're talking, Mikasa spots a weird chair in Zachary's office, but before she can ask more about it, their request to see Eren is denied. Just as Mikasa and Armin leave the office, boom! Zachary's office explodes, sending him flying right into the courtyard. No! What follows is total chaos. Turns out, the bomb was hidden in the chair that some scouts had brought into Zachary's office. Someone trying to break Eren out of jail. Speaking of which, right on cue, Eren has busted out of his cell and is now rallying a group of followers. They're called the Yeagerists, and Eren has one job for them: find Zeke. As the military scrambles to figure out their next move, Pixis suggests that maybe they should just let Eren do his thing for a bit, cause they've got potential traitors everywhere and can't afford an internal fight right now. He plans to use Zeke's location as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Eren's crew, and also tells them to secure Historia in case he goes after her. While the scouts are trying to figure out what Zeke and Yelena's endgame might be, Gabby and Falco are heading Niccolo's restaurant with the Browse family. Oh, and there's someone else from Marley hiding and looking on. It's Peak. Looks like the warriors have arrived on Paradise Island. The next episode kicks off with Zeke talking to Levi, and Levi being completely uninterested. Zeke then asks when he can test the rumbling with Eren, and Levi tells him to stay put. Just then, they get news about Zachary's death and the Yeagerists overthrowing the military. Meanwhile, Gabby and Falco are having a meal with the Browse family at Niccolo's restaurant. Niccolo planned this special meal to honor Sasha, who he kinda had a thing for. Oh, come on, man! Mikasa, Jean, Connie, Hanji, and Onyakapan then show up and tell him to meet them when he's free. Jean's goofing around with a wine bottle, but Niccolo snatches it from him, saying it's too good for them. Or maybe there's something wrong with the wine and he doesn't want Jean to drink it. Anyway, Gabby then convinces Falco to fake a stomachache so they can follow Niccolo to the cellar. There, they tell Niccolo that they're from Marley and were involved in that messy Liberio raid. Niccolo's shocked especially when Gabby brags about killing Sasha. Ooh, yeah, that wasn't a good idea. In a fit of rage, Niccolo swings a wine bottle at her, but Falco jumps in, taking the hit. From there, things go south for the two brats. Niccolo drags them up to the dining area, throwing Gabby down and outing her as Sasha's killer to her family. Niccolo gives Sasha's dad a knife to kill Gabby and says he'll do it himself if he has to. Armin walks in on this and immediately calls the rest of the scouts to help. Jean's trying to figure out why Gabby is there and why Niccolo's holding Falco hostage with a knife to his throat. Gabby tells Niccolo that he's a Marleyan soldier and that he shouldn't care about some Eldian devil. But then Sasha's dad steps up. He says Sasha was a hunter in the forest and that if you wander in the forest long enough, you become the hunted. He's not looking for revenge. He believes in understanding and moving past pain. His wife agrees, and they forgive Gabby, who's shocked. Guess they're not the devils after all, are they, Gabby? Just as things start to settle, Kaya grabs the knife and tries to stab Gabby. Mikasa has to jump in and stop Kaya while she just screams at Gabby. The whole thing is an emotional mess. As Gabby is taken away, Niccolo drops a bombshell. The wine everyone was drinking is spiked with Zeke's spinal fluid, and he was told to serve it to the top of the military. Oh no. Back with Levi, he thinks about all the times he went out on a limb for Eren, and he's having serious regrets. Meanwhile, Jean is interrogating Niccolo about the spiked wine. Niccolo explains that he did it on Yelena's orders, and that if it really is spiked, they're basically all screwed. Gabby is sitting to the side with Mikasa and Armin and asks why they saved her even after she killed Sasha. Gabby then asks Armin if he wants to kill her, and Armin says all she talks about is killing. It reminds him of someone he knows. If you think about it, Gabby is a lot like Eren. Speak of the devil, Eren just waltzes in with the Yeagerists, who are being led by Flock. Oh, and Eren's hand is already cut. The Yeagerists take Hanji hostage and force her to tell them where Zeke is being hidden, while Eren sits down for a long, overdue chat with Mikasa and Armin. The next episode starts with that conversation. Armin asks him if Zeke and Yelena had anything to do with his decision to go rogue in Marley, but Eren says they didn't. The whole thing was his own idea. Mikasa tries to pull on Eren's heartstrings, reminding him of how he saved her from kidnappers when they were kids, but Eren's unmoved. Eren then asks if Armin's still visiting Annie, which is just a cheap shot if you ask me. He then tells Mikasa that she's been super annoying chasing him around all these years, and then he says he hates her. In fact, he always has, which makes her cry.
Ever since I was a kid, I've hated you.
Yeah, this is some full-blown supervillain shit. Armin's had enough and tries to punch Eren, but Mikasa holds him back, slamming him against the table. Eren says that basically proves he's right about Mikasa, but then Armin does manage to land a punch on Eren. Unfortunately, Eren is unfazed and proceeds to beat the shit out of Armin as Mikasa helplessly watches on. Eren tells Armin he's not cut out for a fight. Eren then orders his soldiers to take them along because they're going back to where it all started, Shigansina district. Meanwhile, Levi's told that Pixis has a plan to take down the Yeagerists, and Levi is set to capture one of them to inherit Zeke's powers. But before he can do anything, Zeke suddenly bolts, running into the forest and screaming. Suddenly, Levi's own guys start falling from the trees and transforming into titans. That's what the spinal fluid wine does. Zeke mocks Levi for having to fight his own men, but Levi doesn't take kindly to insults. He slices through the titans like they're cake. Then he corners Zeke, blowing up the Beast Titan again. and dragging Zeke's busted body away. Make that 3-0. Levi owns this sucker! Meanwhile, back at the military headquarters, Flock and the Yeagerists have taken over, dragging Hanji along for the ride. Keith Shadis is trying to train the new cadets, but Flock shows up with the Yeagerists and tells them that they need to pick a side. A few of them step forward, and as a test of loyalty, he asks them to beat up Shadis. Keith, being the tough guy he is, tells them to go ahead. They do, and he ends up battered and bruised. Flock then tells Hanji to take them where Zeke is. Meanwhile, Mikasa, Armin, and the rest of the scouts are stuck in prison as Eren looks out a window. Zeke's not doing much better. He's strapped to a cart, impaled with a thunder spear, and Levi's just watching him, saying that if he does anything, even remotely suspicious, Levi's blowing him to hell. He then cuts Zeke's limbs off to stop him from transforming into a Titan again. The next episode opens with a Zeke flashback. Zeke remembers his parents taking him to see the world from a tower, and remembers how they were abused for being Eldians. Grisha then hugged Zeke, a hug that told him that he'd have to be the one to change the Eldians' fate. We then cut to a bunch of kids in a warrior training program, and there's little Zeke, trailing behind the others. A guy named Tom Sava and Magath are watching from afar. Zava's the Beast Titan, and is wondering if any of these kids could be his successor. After that, Zeke then heads over to his grandparents' place, feeling pretty down about his training. Inside, Zeke hears his grandpa grilling his parents about their late-night meetings, but his mom assures Grandpa that Zeke will understand their sacrifices someday. Grisha then decides it's history time, telling Zeke about the horrible things Eldians did to Marleyans back in the day. Zeke's not really into it though, and tries to bond with Grisha over a game of catch instead. But all Grisha wants to do is teach him, which really bums Zeke out. Then, when Zeke feels really low, he meets Tom Zava, who's the current Beast Titan. They bond over a game of catch, and Zava cheers Zeke up. When he goes back home, Zeke overhears his dad talking about him, and when he gets caught, Grisha tells him that he's their only hope. Zeke's struggling with his identity and his parents' expectations. Zava becomes his confidant, and one day, when Zeke overhears that his parents might be in big trouble for their secret meetings, Zava suggests Zeke turn them in to protect himself and his grandparents. So, Zeke does, and his life takes a new turn as he gains acceptance among Marleyans. Years go by, and Zava shares a secret with Zeke. The founding Titan can change the biology of their people. Zeke, now thinking big, suggests using it to sterilize all Eldians, ending their suffering within a century. Well, that's a disturbingly effective plan. Zeke then inherits the Beast Titan and promises to find the right person to carry out their plan, calling Zava his father. This leads him to Eren, his half-brother. When they finally meet in Marley, Eren shares his own tragic family story, and they bond over their desire to end Eldian suffering. I just realized that this show is a bunch of people with superpowers that have crippling daddy issues. Back to the present, Zeke and Levi are in the forest with Zeke trapped. Just when it seems Levi has everything under control, Zeke triggers the Thunder Spear, seriously wounding himself and Levi in a desperate move to get away from him. Episode 16 starts with Flock and his Yeagerist crew strolling around with Hanji when suddenly there's a massive explosion in the distance. Not far away, Zeke is super injured from Levi's Thunder Spear and is about to die, but a Titan shoves him into its stomach and saves him. Back in Shigansina district, Yelena and her gang have rounded up Commander Pixis and the rest of the military folks. They're marking everyone with different colored cloths, trying to sort out who drank the spiked wine. Meanwhile, The good guys, Niccolo and the Braus family, are stuck in their prison cell. Yelena pops by their cell for a visit and smiles, calling them the heroes of Shigansina. Jean then says Yelena must be thrilled that everything is going according to Zeke's master plan, and she says she is. She then shoots her own soldier for disrespecting Sasha and explains that she doesn't want to just take revenge on Marley. Their real goal is Zeke's euthanization plan. Basically, Zeke's plan is to stop all Eldians from having kids, meaning Eldians would be gone within 100 years, and all Titan shenanigans with them. Meanwhile, Gabby is thinking about why she's starting to care about the people on Paradis when she's caught off guard by Eren, who pops up with a couple of his Yeagerist buddies. Calling her the brat that killed Sasha, Eren tells Gabby to team up with him if she wants Falco to live. Suddenly, one of the Yeagerists kills the other one and pulls a gun on Eren. It's Peak, who's there to rescue Gabby. Gabby grabs a rifle and aims it at Eren, but Eren isn't scared at all. He knows she needs him alive to steal the Founding Titan's powers without dooming her and her family. Peak then admits she can't shoot because capturing Eren could help defeat their enemy, Marley. Wait, what? Peak then explains why she became a warrior. She dreams of a better future for her dad. For that, Marley needs to be destroyed. Gabby is shaken up, especially when Peak talks about how Marley treats Eldians. Gabby is shocked and points her rifle at Peak, but she tells Gabby they're not really honorary Marleyans. They're subjects of Ymir, destined to be ditched by Marley once Titans aren't useful in war anymore. Eren then asks her to prove her loyalty, and she says she'll point out her comrades from the roof. Meanwhile, captured scouts are trying to wrap their heads around Zeke's euthanasia plan. Jean obviously hates the plan, but Yelena believes it'll free them from the Titan threat. As they prepare to confront the enemy, Peak leads Eren and Gabby up to the roof. Just when you think Peak might actually betray Marley, she flips the script, pointing at Eren as the enemy. Suddenly, the Jaw Titan busts through the roof trying to snatch Eren, but only manages to bite off his legs. The building over the scouts trembles as Eren transforms into his Titan form, ready to throw hands. Peak tells Gabby that she definitely doesn't trust Marley, but she does trust her friends and would never turn on them. As Eren gears up for a showdown, Magath, Reiner, and a fleet of airships appear, ready to avenge Liberio. An all-out brawl is about to kick off, and it's gonna be awesome! The next episode opens with Hanji and Flock finding Levi on the ground like a sack of potatoes with the Titan close by, and he's in bad shape. Flock suggests shooting him, but Hanji says he's already gone. Flock doesn't exactly trust Hanji and wants to check for himself, but the Titan gets close to them and starts to suck in steam. The Titan dissolves, leaving behind Zeke. With the Yeagerists too shocked to react, Hanji quickly grabs Levi and escapes in the river. Flock talks to Zeke, who says he was in the Paths, a timeless dimension where a little girl built him back up again from the soil. Back in Shiganshina, Eren transforms and the fight is on. Peak and Gabi are protected from the blast by Porco's Jaw Titan. Above them, Magath leads airships towards the action, dropping soldiers. Meanwhile, Peak has Porco cut off her hand so she can transform and escape with Gabby inside her mouth. Yelena tells Eren to escape using the Warhammer Titan's power, but Eren ignores her and faces Reiner, who just parachuted in. Eren is kicking ass per usual, but Porco attacks and now it's a 2v1. But Eren has the Warhammer Titan's powers too, and is absolutely bodying them. Out of nowhere, Peak and Magath shoot Eren's Titan in the head with anti-Titan artillery, and he can't fight back. Porco and Reiner take full advantage, with Porco slicing him up and Reiner impaling him with one of the Warhammer Titan's spikes. Meanwhile, the Marley soldiers have the advantage against the Jaegerists. Onyankopan frees the scouts, explaining that he didn't know about Yelena's plan, and that he had to go along with it just to stay alive. He then begs for their help against Marley and asks them to protect Eren. The scouts wonder if they should help Eren. You see, Armin isn't buying that euthanization BS. No guy who whines that much about freedom would accept it. Armin says that Eren is most likely playing along with Zeke and Yelena to keep them in check, but his real plan is to use the rumbling. Jean and Connie agree to help rescue Eren, even though they have serious doubts, and I can't say I blame them. The following episode kicks off with Eren struggling against Reiner. That's a first. Just as it looks like Reiner might have him, Zeke's Beast Titan chucks some boulders at them and knocks Reiner off of Eren. Zeke then shifts his attention to the soldiers and starts taking down Marleyan airships. An injured Eren tries to make his way towards Zeke as the Marleyan forces watch on. Gabby tells Colt that they have to stop Eren, but Colt says he's gonna look for Falco, and she should find a way to get on one of the airships and retreat, a notion she immediately rejects. Meanwhile, Nile Doc is locked in a room with Falco, telling him how it's all over for him because he drank the wine. Back inside the military headquarters, Jean manages to convince a cadet to release all the trapped military people. Connie finds a battered Keith Shadis in his cell, who tells Connie not to worry about leaving him behind. Pixis is also free now, and he rallies the troops to fight for their people, as the scouts put on their ODM gear and get ready for action. Armin, Mikasa, Jean, and Connie then confront Yelena, who is watching the airships fall and smiling like a maniac. As they see Eren slowly walk towards Zeke, Yelena tells the scouts that Eren and Zeke have to make physical contact for their plan to go through, and says they should help Zeke and Eren. She believes in them. As the battle rages on, Gabby and Colt race to stop Zeke. On the way there, they see Falco with Nile Doc and the other Paradis soldiers. Falco sees them too and tells Nile that his brother is there. So Nile makes up an excuse to get away from the soldiers and returns Falco to Gabby and Colt. While they're hiding in a house, Sasha's family passes by on the outside, and they hear Kaya talking about how she still wants to kill Gabby. Gabby then realizes there were no devils on Paradis. They were just normal, good people. She finally understands Reiner. Falco, feeling bad for her, tells them how Eren tricked them and that he's in love with her. Great timing, dude. Gabby gets super emotional and says they need to stop Zeke from using his scream and turning everyone that drank the wine into Titans. Colt says that if Zeke knew Falco drank the wine too, he might not do it. I mean, I sincerely doubt that, but it's a decent plan. Back on the battlefield, there's way too much gunfire for the scouts to get to Eren. Eren keeps moving towards Zeke slowly, and as Porco tries to attack him, Zeke levels him with a boulder. Zeke then takes a cannon hit from Magath forces, which blows through his nape and sends him falling off the wall. But it's not enough to take him out. Eren keeps walking towards Zeke as Reiner is healing and preparing to charge at him. On the ground, Falco, Colt, and Gabby are rushing towards Zeke too. Whoever comes out on top is gonna cut it really close. Episode 19 starts with an injured Eren making his way towards Zeke. But it's not that easy for him. Porco jumps out of nowhere and bites his leg. Eren hits back at him and starts pounding his nape, but an artillery shell from Magath blows off his Titan's arm. Meanwhile, the scouts and the Jaegerists are trying to fight the Marleyan forces. Armin suggests they flank them, and everyone follows. Zeke starts to wake up, while a heavily injured Eren grapples with Reiner. Meanwhile, Colt has reached Zeke and is begging him to not use his scream because Falco also drank some of the wine that had Zeke's spinal fluid. Zeke is on the verge of tears when he hears this, but he says he can understand Colt's care for his brother, but he has no choice. This has to be done. With that, Zeke screams, transforming Falco, Niall, Pixis, and everyone else that drank the wine into Titans. Colt is hugging Falco as he transforms and gets blown up in the explosion. The scene is horrifying, and it brings us back full circle. Just like the first episode of the show, there are Titans running around Shigansina. The newly transformed Falco then gets Reiner off Eren. Gabby gets up to see Colt has been barbecued and is horrified. Reiner is trying to keep both Eren and Falco's Titans down by himself, but it's too much. Eren escapes. Magath tries to take another shot at Eren, but Armin destroys Peak's artillery with a thunder spear. Reiner sees the situation and thinks about letting Falco eat him to gain his powers. He's fulfilled his duty, but he's shocked when Falco suddenly lets him go. Turns out, Porco's standing outside of his Titan, luring Falco away. Reiner and Gabby watch helplessly as he lets Falco eat him, which turns Falco into the new Jaw Titan. This infuriates Reiner, who punches Eren's Titan and pushes him to the ground. But Eren hardens his Titan, trapping Reiner, and he makes a break for Zeke on foot. Reiner tries to stop him, but Jean and Connie pepper him with thunder spears and stop him, giving Eren an open path. It looks like Eren's home free. But before he can reach Zeke, Eren sees Gabby taking aim at him. Jean and Connie watch in complete shock while Armin and Mikasa fight Peak as Gabby, shedding a tear, shoots Eren with an anti-Titan rifle, taking his head clean off and sending it flying towards Zeke. No. We're then shown a flashback of Eren and Zeke meeting in Marley. They have a conversation about the sins of their father, and Eren agrees to carry out the euthanization plan, which brings a tear to Zeke's eye. They don't shake or hug because they don't want to trigger the Founding Titan's power, so Zeke throws him a baseball instead, which Eren can't catch. Back in the present, Zeke manages to catch Eren's head, and because Eren's consciousness was still there, it takes them to the paths. Zeke is chained up while Eren stands in front of him, and Zeke explains that this is where the royal family members inherit the Founding Titan. Zeke tells Eren he's been waiting in the paths for him for years, even though only a moment has passed for Eren and everyone in the real world. Then they meet Ymir, the Founding Titan herself, who's in the form of a little girl. Damn, Zeke wasn't lying. He then tells Eren that she was the one who saved him, and that every time a Titan user transforms, she builds the entire Titan herself. Well, I'll be damned. Eren then tells Zeke there's no way he was ever gonna go along with his plan. He wants to start the rumbling and kill all of Paradise Island's enemies. He tries talking to Ymir, but she just ignores him and goes straight for Zeke. Zeke then tells Eren he knew this would happen. In the time he spent before Eren got here, Zeke figured out Ymir only responds to those with royal blood. It's Zeke who has the Founder's power. Zeke has him chained to the ground and says he plans to save Eren before headbutting him. Now, before I start this next episode, I feel like I have to tell you to brace yourselves, because a lot is going to happen. Carrying on. The episode sees Zeke and Eren going inside Grisha's memories. Eren and Zeke watch their dad pick up baby Eren, and Zeke's pretty salty that Grisha was happy. They're here because Zeke's trying to show Eren that their dad brainwashed him to be the way he is. They then open a door and move on to the next memory. But Eren stops and takes one last look at his parents before he goes. They then dive deeper into Grisha's past, watching him mingle with the high and mighty as a doctor, all while hunting for the king and the founding titan. Eren gets the hint. Grisha would have ditched his family to restore Eldia. Eren admits he's over the brainwashing phase, but Zeke says they should keep watching. They then see Grisha find the secret trapdoor that led to the Reiss family's underground Titan sanctum. But then he does something that shocks Zeke. Instead of going in, he heads home and gives young Eren a big hug. Zeke's mind is blown. Turns out, Grisha delayed his mission because he actually loved his kid. In the next memory, they're going down in the Yeager family basement, where they watch Grisha snooze at his desk. Eren spots a family photo and gets a bit nostalgic. Then, Grisha apologizes to Zeke in his sleep. Before he wakes up, spots Zeke and freaks out, only to calm down and say he's just seeing things. Zeke is shook, since there's no way Grisha could have just seen him. But before he can make sense of it, Eren says they're going to the next memory. Fast forward, and they're watching Grisha talk to Eren after the whole Mikasa kidnapper thing. Eren tells Zeke he's not following Dad's orders, he's always wanted to be free. He says Zeke is stuck in the past, but Zeke thinks he's about to save the world from Eldia. We then jump to a scene where Grisha is about to leave on the same day the Colossal and Armored Titans first attacked. Zeke tells Eren he can carry out his plan whenever he wants, but he will never abandon Eren. Meanwhile, a young Eren tells Grisha that he wants to join the scout regiment to see the world. Grisha, rather than freaking out, promises to show him the basement when he gets back. He's not just talking to young Eren though, he's looking straight at present-day Eren. Can he actually see him? We then cut to when Grisha confronts the royal family as Wall Maria falls. He begs them to stop the Titans because his family is there, but Frida, like Zeke, also believes that Eldians need to pay for their sins. Grisha explains that the Attack Titan's special ability is seeing the memories of all of its users, even the ones in the future, which just adds to the pile of things that are shocking Zeke. Frida refuses to comply, and Grisha says she leaves him no choice, and he has to kill her family and her to take the founding titan, but he can't do it. He's a doctor, and he can't bring himself to hurt children. Zeke is absolutely losing his mind, saying this can't be happening. The entire Reiss family is begging Frida to kill Grisha, and then we get one of the most bone-chilling scenes in all of anime history. Eren walks towards Grisha, kneels down, and tells him to get up. He reminds him that he has to get revenge for his sister, for his wife, and for all the comrades he lost. This is the story he started. Now he has to finish it. And Grisha can hear him. It wasn't Grisha that brainwashed Eren, it was the other way around. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Grisha screams and transforms into a titan and proceeds to kill the Reiss family, except Rod. After that, he staggers outside, horrified at what he's done, and wonders if he's really saved Eldia. He then sees Zeke for real and breaks down, apologizing for being a terrible dad and saying he loves him, which makes Zeke cry. He then says Eren has shown him what happens in the future and begs Zeke to stop Eren. What is happening? Back in the paths, Zeke falls down in shock, trying to make sense of everything he just saw, while Eren stares right through his soul. I don't even have any jokes. Let's just do the next episode. Episode 21 is titled, From You 2,000 Years Ago. Why am I telling you that for this episode? Because the very first episode of the show is titled To You in 2,000 Years, and you're about to find out why. The episode kicks off with Zeke asking Eren if it was him that pushed their dad into going against the King of the Walls. Eren explains, when he kissed Historia's hand at the end of Season 3, he saw his future. Using that knowledge, he only showed Grisha bits and pieces of the future. Eren thanks Zeke for the unintended assist because it let him peek into Grisha's memories so he could push him to do exactly what Eren wanted. You've heard of daddy issues. Get ready for son issues now, I guess. But Zeke holds on to his control over Ymir and tells her to change every Eldian's biology to make them infertile. Eren tries to go after her and stop her, but he's still stuck in chains. So he does the most Eren thing ever and pulls till his hands rip off and runs after Ymir. Zeke says it's pointless. She only listens to people with royal blood. At this point, we get Ymir's backstory. 2,000 years ago, Ymir was a girl in a village, living a normal village life when her village got raided. She was enslaved and put to work by the chief, Fritz. One day, after being blamed for a pig escaping, Ymir is hunted down. In her escape, she gets hit by an arrow, which makes her fall into a tree's hollow. She slips and falls into the water. There, she sees a weird glowing centipede-type creature in a pool, and after she touches it, she transforms into the very first Titan. Years later, Ymir graduated from a lowly slave to Fritz's favorite slave. She was basically a one-woman construction crew for Fritz's tribe Eldia, making roads and houses that led to their tribe becoming super successful. Fritz is so pleased with her that he says he'll give her the gift of having his children. And you thought your employee benefits were bad. He has 3 daughters with her, Maria, Rose, and Sina. Fritz then has Ymir attack Marley and ends up defeating them and becoming the king. But when a soldier tries to assassinate Fritz, Ymir sacrifices herself to save him. No matter how powerful Ymir was, in her mind, she was always a slave. Ymir ends up dying, so the king does the sensible thing and makes his daughters eat their mother so they don't lose the Titan powers she had. This show really is just full of great parents, isn't it? Fritz then says every descendant should eat the spines of their predecessors so they can always have Titan powers and rule over the world. If you wanted to blame one person for everything bad that happens in Attack on Titan, yeah, it's this guy. Mods, get him! Meanwhile, Ymir is stuck in the paths, making Titans out of the soil every time one of her descendants transforms into a Titan, and plans to do that for all of eternity. Not the best retirement plan in my opinion, but go off, queen. Back in the present, Eren catches up to Ymir and grabs her, saying that she's not a slave anymore. She doesn't have to obey anymore. Eren asks her to give him her powers so he can end her misery. He says he's not looking to control her like Fritz. He says that maybe the reason he's here is because she wanted him to be here. 2,000 years after her hell started, Eren's here so he can set her free from her curse. Ymir stops in her tracks, moved by Eren's words as a tear falls down her cheek. Zeke realizes he was wrong and starts running towards them, but it's too late. Ymir has chosen freedom. Back in Shigansina, things go from 0 to 100 real freaking quick. The same glowing centipede Ymir touched sprouts out of Eren's neck as all the walls crumble, and a ridiculous amount of colossal titans come out from them. Meanwhile, Eren has transformed into the Founding Titan, a monstrous, bony titan that is even bigger than the colossal titans. Armin and Mikasa are happy at first that Eren didn't side with Zeke after all, but then Armin sees just how many titans there are and says that they're way too many if he's just taking down Marley. Eren then talks to all Eldians at once through the paths, Titans, like it's some sort of blood-related Discord server. He explains how the entire world hates Eldians and that he is planning on destroying them. So, the only way to save everyone on Paradise Island is to kill everyone else in the world. He's undone all the Titan hardening in Paradise and is taking the Titans to destroy the world. And just like that, our main character is committing mass genocide. Bet you didn't see that coming, cause when I watched it, I sure as hell did not. Episode 22 opens with all the Eldians over in Liberio snapping back to reality after Eren's global memo. Annie's dad realizes things are about to get real bad real fast. Meanwhile, back at Shigansina, an injured Reiner's trailing after Gabby, who's trying to find Falco. Reiner tells Gabby to go to the Marleyan airships to the south, but Gabby's not about to leave without saving Falco and trying to stop Eren first. Reiner just blacks out from exhaustion. Up on a rooftop, Jean, Connie, Mikasa, and Armin are there with a passed-out Falco. Jean's doing his best to justify Eren's actions by saying that the world kinda asked for it, but Armin thinks that it's overkill. Armin says that they should just use the one Titan syringe they have to turn one of the soldiers into a Titan so they can eat Falco, but Connie wants to use Falco to save his mom. Things start getting heated, but their philosophical debate gets cut short by some rogue Titans. Connie uses this distraction to grab Falco, and he heads back to his village while the group's left to deal with the incoming Titan trouble. That's a pretty shit thing to do, Connie, not gonna lie. At the military fort, Yelena's watching the chaos from a window, shocked that the Titans Zeke created are attacking them, wondering why Zeke isn't controlling them. Meanwhile, Kaya almost becomes a Titan snack, but Gabby saves her, as Kaya sees Sasha in her place. Then, Eldian soldiers show up and accuse Gabby of being a Marleyan, but it's Kaya's turn to save Gabby and says she's family. They talk and put aside their differences. And I gotta say, that's one hell of a character arc. Back at the fort, the cadets are struggling against the Titans. But guess who steps in to lead them? Keith Shadis. How can you not love this guy? Jean, Mikasa, and Armin join the fight as Yelena looks on. During their fight, they recognize the Titan that used to be Pixis. They accept they can't save him, but are determined to save everyone they can. R.I.P. Pixis. You would have loved cocktails. As the dust settles, the Titans are gone, and the Marleyan forces have been wiped out. Jean and Onyankopan watch the Wall Titans march off, wondering about the fate of Onyankopan's homeland. Meanwhile, Flock shows up and he couldn't be more happy about the worldwide genocide that Eren's about to commit. He then tells Yelena to gather all her volunteers. They're under arrest. Meanwhile, Sasha's dad leads Armin and Mikasa to Gabby, who's trying to figure out how to save everyone, including Falco. She's holding on to hope that Eren might change his mind about flattening everything beyond Paradise. But when Mikasa and Armin tell her about Connie, she realizes Falco's in big trouble. And when she mentions that Eren undid all of the hardening, Armin suddenly realizes something. Annie's out of her crystal. The next episode starts with the Wall Titans marching, and the military police are busy sorting out the chaos. Hitch is tending to an injured woman, and people are arguing over whether Eren's actions are justified. Hitch notices the tension brewing and realizes it's about to get ugly. Hitch is on her way to get her riot gear when she spots some wet footprints coming from the basement. She follows them and ends up getting ambushed by Annie, who just got out of her crystal cocoon. Annie threatens to cut Hitch's throat with her ring, but Hitch throws her off, pointing out how much weaker Annie is now. Annie tries to play tough, threatening to transform into the female Titan, but Hitch isn't buying it. Annie backs down and asks for help to leave town. Hitch agrees and leads her to the stables, saying she doesn't have to listen to Annie talking about her messed up dreams anymore. Annie then admits she could hear everything while in her crystal, including Hitch's rants about men. That's funny, but that also means she heard everything Armin said. The two ride out of town, and Annie is amazed by the sight of the wall titans. Hitch points out the destruction on the ground, saying her job as a soldier has mostly been cleaning up after titan shifters. Annie says she was born out of an Eldian's affair with a Marleyan, and how her adoptive father trained her to become a warrior, but later regretted the harsh treatment, begging her to come back after she left for Paradis. Annie doesn't care about the world, she just wants to get back to her dad. In Liberio, the Eldians in the intermittent zone are freaking out about Eren's grand plan, but the Marleyan guards aren't buying it, thinking it's just an excuse to cause trouble. Their prejudice against the Eldians is what's going to get them killed. That's poetic justice right there. Annie's dad, Mr. Leonhardt, gets his ass kicked when he tries to explain what's happening, but he's the guy who raised Annie, so he's not going down without a fight. Back in Shigansina, Keith Shadis gets a heads up about the Yeagerists taking over the fort. He decides to stay behind, knowing there's no place for him in this new world. He advises the cadets to do whatever the Yeagerists say to survive, but to never lose sight of who they are and be ready for the day they have to reclaim their freedom. What a man! While that's happening, Armin is gearing up to chase Connie. Mikasa tries to talk him out of it, but Armin has to try. He snaps when Mikasa asks what to do about Eren, admitting he's got no idea how to handle Eren's world-destroying plan. He then immediately feels guilty and says that they should have revived Erwin instead of him. As Armin and Niccolo prep horses, Gabby says goodbye to Sasha's family. Back at the fort, Flock gets a bit extreme, and by a bit extreme, I mean he shoots one of the anti-Marleyan volunteers in cold blood. He says he knew about Eren's plan all along, and that he's running the show on the island while Eren handles business. Jean isn't too happy, especially after Flock says Hanji and Levi were killed by Zeke. Meanwhile, Connie and Falco are riding north. Falco wakes up, but has amnesia. Connie uses this to his advantage, pretending to be a soldier that's saving Falco. Falco is grateful for Connie's help, but has a feeling he's seen him somewhere before. Outside Shiganshina, Peak and Magoth watch the airships fly back to Marley, figuring they're heading back to warn the motherland. Suddenly, Hanji shows up, scaring Peak into almost eating her. Hanji assures them that she's unarmed and introduces them to Levi, who's basically halfway through death's doorstep but is somehow still alive. Episode 24 opens half a day before the rumbling starts. Hanji takes out a Yeagerist sneaking around to keep their hideout secure. She tells a barely conscious Levi that the coast is clear, and Hanji patches him up. Feeling a bit low, Hanji thinks about how hit the fan after the Yeagerists took over. They consider a quiet life hiding in the woods, which would make the best couple of all time, don't even get me started. But that's when Eren broadcasts his world-ending plans to all Eldians. This stirs Levi a bit, and Hanji updates him on the situation. Levi says, what's the point of running away when they could go down fighting? Hard to argue with that logic. We cut back to the present with Hanji and Levi having a strategic meetup with Magath and Peak. They quickly find common ground in their goal to locate and kill Zeke. He's crucial to Eren's plans because of his royal blood. Meanwhile, Connie spends a restless night in the woods with Falco, wrestling with the guilt of his plan. The next morning, they reach Ragako, and Falco realizes where he's seen Connie. He was there when Gabby killed Sasha. Connie then talks about the tragedy of war, showing Falco the Titan that was once his mother, and he tells Falco that they're gonna brush her teeth, which is obviously just a trap so he can fall into her mouth and get eaten. Just then, Gabby and Armin arrive, and Gabby tells Falco to get away from Connie. Connie then holds Falco at knife point, so Armin tries to feed himself to Connie's mom to bring her back instead. Connie obviously saves him and thinks about the kind of person his mom wanted him to be. Connie realizes this is something he'll have to accept and tells Armin they need to go. They have people to save. Meanwhile, Flock is rallying the Jaegerists while Jean stands next to him. Did he really change sides? Back with Armin, Connie, Gabby, and Falco, they're walking through the streets of a free Eldia, and the people are celebrating in the name of Eren. They sit down to eat, and as soon as Armin mentions that Annie is also free now, the person next to them starts choking on their food because that person is Annie. Connie makes fun of her for eating a pie really fast, but Armin tries to defend her, saying she hasn't eaten in 4 years. When Hitch comes back to the stable she left Annie at, she finds it empty except for a thank you note, which says she's left with Armin and Connie. Back at the fort, Flock stirs up the Jaegerists, announcing plans to execute Yelena and Onyankopan for their betrayal. Onyankopan tries to make them see how insane it is to destroy the world, but Flock doesn't give a He then tells Jean to execute them to prove his loyalty to Eren. Jean takes the gun and fires at the ground near Onyankopan. He says he missed, but he's actually sending a signal to Peak, who crashes in as the cart titan. Jean shoves Flock away, and Peak saves him, Yelena, and Onyankopan. As they make their getaway, they accept they've ended up on the same side. They need to stop Eren. They prepare to join forces with Reiner, who's now awake, and they get ready to save the world together. The following episode sees Hanji shaking Jean out of his daydreams about a cushy life in the interior. Hanji and Mikasa fill everyone in on Levi's condition and their new alliance with their enemies. Mikasa, Jean, and Hanji discuss the plan to stop Eren. Jean is iffy on stopping him, but Hanji says genocide isn't the way to solve their problems. She says their fallen comrades wouldn't be fans of what Eren's doing. We cut to an awkward campfire, with the scouts and their enemies turned allies. Magath can't wrap his head around why the scouts would oppose Eren, and this starts a heated debate about who's the real devil here. Annie then asks if the scouts could actually kill Eren if push came to shove. I hate that question, but it's a valid one. Mikasa and Armin think they can talk Eren out of it, but Annie doubts it. Annie says Mikasa can't prioritize anything over Eren, and they almost fight. Hanji then shares the game plan. They'll intercept Eren using a flying boat at the port. They then interrogate Yelena. Turns out she's actually from Marley. She just made up her past of being a volunteer after she met Zeke, but sticks to her story about just wanting to save the world with Zeke. She then tells the scouts that they're not exactly angels, reminding Annie, Reiner, Armin, and the rest of them of all the people they've killed in the past. But just when you thought it couldn't get any more uncomfortable, Yelena tells John to ask Annie about Marco's death. Annie says she took his ODM gear, but Reiner says she did it on his orders to keep their secret safe. This breaks Jean, who starts screaming at Reiner and beats his face in until everyone else pulls him away. Gabby jumps in and takes a hit for Reiner and apologizes for this mess, hoping the scouts would help them save what's left of their families back home. Jean takes a walk to cool off, but comes back ready to work with everyone, including Reiner. On their way to the port, Jean apologizes to Gabby. When they reach the port, they see something unexpected. Yeagerists. Inside, Flock has Kiyomi and the rest of the Azumabito clan hostage. The next episode opens with Hanji and Magath scoping out the port. Hanji is pretty sure that the moment the Yeagerists spot them, the boat is toast. That means one thing: stealth. Annie says they've got to knock out all their enemies at once to keep the flying boat safe. Mikasa is worried about risking the Azumabito family, who they need to get the boat airborne. It's a tricky situation, especially since wiping out the Yeagerists isn't exactly on anyone's bucket list. They used to be comrades, after all. Reiner suggests that maybe the scouts should just chill and stay hidden with Gabby and Falco to avoid any messy confrontations. Jean and Connie disagree, but before they can debate it, Hanji zips back with Magath and says the Wall Titans are already stomping across the ocean. Time is running out. Magath grabs Yelena and asks her where Eren's headed. After a bit of arm twisting, Yelena says she's had a change of heart. She's curious to see how the story ends and says she might talk if they take her along. Meanwhile, Flock is now talking with Kiyomi Azumabito inside the port building. He talks about how awesome this new beginning for the world is, but Kiyomi warns him that shrinking the world won't stop people from killing each other. Flock agrees, but still holds a gun to her head. Just as he's about to pull the trigger, Armin and Connie show up on horseback, saying that they've been chasing the cart and armored titans and need the flying boat ready to go after them. Samuel and Daz, guarding the boat, are relieved to hear they haven't sided with Marley, but get suspicious when Armin and Connie tell them to remove explosives from the boat. Flock is suspicious too and aims his gun at the engineers. That's when Kiyomi tackles him, starting a shootout. Mikasa busts through a window, and Flock bolts out another window, yelling for everyone to take down Mikasa, Armin, and Connie as traitors. Mikasa leads Kiyomi and the engineers down into the basement, where they are safe for now. Meanwhile, Daz is about to reconnect the explosives, and Samuel shoots Armin in the mouth a bunch of times before pointing his gun at Connie. Oh no! Meanwhile, Mikasa and the Azumabitos are getting absolutely smoked. They're not gonna last long, but that's when Reiner and Annie jump in and transform into Titans. Meanwhile, Connie is grappling with Samuel and Daz with Armin. As Daz points a gun to Armin's head, Connie and Samuel have a heartbreaking conversation about why they're fighting if they're friends. Connie then takes Samuel's gun from him and shoots both Daz and Samuel before breaking down into tears about what he's done. Therapy. I need therapy after seeing that. The next episode starts as Armin watches Daz's body sink to the bottom of the ocean, as Connie tries to process having killed not one, but two of his friends in the name of this mission. In the background, Annie and Reiner are still fighting the Yeagerists, and they're kicking ass. Meanwhile, Hanji gets a reality check from an Azumabito mechanic. Apparently, getting the flying boat ready isn't a quick tune-up. It's a full day's work. With the right gear, maybe they could do it in half a day, but with the Wall Titans stomping across the globe at a ridiculous speed, half a day might as well be an eternity. They need a new plan, and fast. But Kiyomi Azumabito has a plan. She suggests they head to Oldiha. It's a coastal city where her family has a hangar. They can fix up the flying boat there. It's risky, but it's the best shot they have. Back at the port, Mikasa tells Annie and Reiner the new plan, as they do their best to keep the Yeagerists from destroying the flying boat. Flock spots them trying to make an escape and orders an attack, but Mikasa and Hanji jump in and slice the Yeagerists up. Reiner and Annie's Titans take a beating from the Yeagerists trying to protect the Azumabito crew, and Reiner even eats a bunch of thunder spears to save Annie. I officially like Reiner now. There, I said it. Meanwhile, Yelena, Onyankopan, Levi, Gabby, and Falco are watching from a safe distance on Peak's back. Seeing the Titans getting overwhelmed, Falco wants to help with this new Jaw Titan's powers. Peak says no, planning to join the battle herself once she's got everyone to safety, but Falco decides he's had enough of the sidelines. He jumps off Peak's back and runs towards the battle. Gabby tries to call him back, but Peak tells her to focus on escaping. Magath tells everyone to hurry onto the ship as he watches Connie help a hobbling Armin aboard. Peak finally arrives with her passengers, just in time to see a train full of Yeagerist reinforcements approaching, but it blows up before it can join the fight, leaving Flock shook, but still determined to stop them. Jean finds Falco trying to trigger his transformation by scraping his hand with a nail. He tells Falco to board the ship, but Falco's torn when he sees Reiner and Annie in trouble. So Jean, Connie, Mikasa, and Peak all attack to save Reiner and Annie. Falco sees everyone fighting and runs onto the battlefield and transforms into the Jaw Titan for the very first time. His Titan looks different from Porco's, and it's way cooler. As the Yeagerists start losing their grip, Flock locks in. He dodges Falco, fights off Hanji, and escapes Peak to send a Thunder Spear flying at Azumabito, but Gabby shoots him before he can do it. His spear harmlessly splashes into the water, and Flock follows, sinking out of sight. And with their leader gone, Mikasa obliterates the Yeagerists, literally making it rain blood. The battle's tipping in their favor. The Yeagerists are retreating, and the ship's ready to depart. But Falco can't control his Titan and attacks Peak, so Magath cuts him down to stop him. With the threat gone, the group shuffles onto the ship. Magath stays behind, planning to make a final stand to make sure they escape by destroying a Marleyan cruiser. As the ship leaves, some Yeagerists shoot at Magath, but they're taken down by none other than Keith Shotties. Turns out, he was the one that blew up the train. He and Magath decide to go out together, blowing up the second ship. They talk about their roles as mentors. Magath is ashamed about what he put the warriors through and says he's done nothing he can be proud of. But Keith disagrees. He's proud of Magath and knows his students are too. They exchange names before Magath pulls the trigger and blows up the ship. In the distance, the scouts and warriors both look on in pure pain. They just lost their mentors. And as the cruiser goes up in flames, I am crying and saluting the hero that was Keith Shotties. Rest in peace, you frickin' legend. Later, Hanji tells them that since they're going to Odiha, they can't save Liberio. This hits every Marleyan hard, especially Annie, who says she doesn't want to fight anymore. She then asks Mikasa if she can kill Eren, or at least sit back and watch if Annie tries to kill him. At the start of the final episode of Season 4, Mikasa's thinking about whether Eren's really changed or if he's always been this way. She's starting to think maybe she saw something in him that wasn't quite there. We then cut to a flashback of when the scout regiment first landed in Marley. They're all wide-eyed tourists greeted by Onyankopan, shocked at what a normal civilization looks like, especially Connie and Sasha when a car passes by. They chase it, thinking it's a horse or a cow. Jean is super embarrassed and pretends to not know them. Levi tells Onyankopan that they'll start feeding the car carrots if he leaves them alone, and Onyankopan laughs until they actually start buying carrots.
Give them more credit than that. Wait, are they buying carrots?
It feels like it's been years in the show since anyone said something funny. Meanwhile, Mikasa is trying to keep Eren close and notices he's already lost in thought, staring into the distance. Meanwhile, Sasha, Connie, and Jean try ice cream for the first time, and they lose their minds. Levi says that they stick out like sore thumbs, but Hanji says it's pretty funny. They don't seem like the devils Marley thinks they are. Suddenly, a clown brings Levi a lollipop. thinking he's a kid, and if looks could kill, the look on Levi's face would have destroyed the planet way before Eren had the chance. Eren and Mikasa also try the ice cream, and Eren recognizes the flavor from his dad's memories, which is a nice little blast in the past for him. Suddenly, a pickpocket nabs Sasha's purse. Levi's quick to catch the thief, a young boy who's clearly not welcome in Marley, getting some harsh stares and comments from the locals. Levi tries to defuse the situation, but the crowd isn't buying it. With no other option, Levi picks the kid up and runs, and the rest of the scouts and Onyankopon follow him. They manage to escape with the boy, who steals Levi's money before running off with a wave. They get to Kiyomi Azumabito's fancy estate, where she apologizes for the rough welcome. She explains that with the world getting better at spotting subjects of Ymir through blood tests, trust is running thin everywhere. Armin's optimistic about making friends, but Kiyomi's not so sure about that. Hanji suggests checking out a forum by the subjects of Ymir Protection Group, hoping to find some potential allies. Suddenly, Mikasa realizes Eren is missing. Eren is out in a field, staring up at the sky as he sheds a tear and looks at a camp of war refugees. Eren says the refugees are just like them, deprived of their freedom. Eren then asks Mikasa why she cares so much about him. Was it because he saved her as kids, or because they're family? He asks her what he is to her, and she says, "Your family." God damn it, Mikasa! Just say you love him already! Suddenly, an old man from a nearby camp invites them to join them for a drink. Pulling them away from their heavy thoughts, the refugees take them into a night of food, drinking, and good vibes. They sing, dance, and laugh like they haven't in years. And at the end of the night, Mikasa, Armin, and Eren are sleeping with their heads right next to each other. It's the kind of thing that you literally never get to see in Attack on Titan, and it literally made me cry. The next day at the forum, the speaker says Eldians are both victims and villains, pointing fingers at Paradise Island. It's here that Eren decides to walk away, and Mikasa remembers this as the day he left them behind. He left behind a letter saying he'd entrust everything to Zeke, and the next time they saw him was when he was fighting the Warhammer Titan. It was too late by then, but Mikasa can't help but think about when Eren asked him what he was to her. If she told Eren that she loved him, maybe things would have been different. We finally cut to Eren, who wonders where this all began, but says that it doesn't matter. It was all according to his plan. He remembers meeting Yelena and telling Flock his true plans. He remembers meeting Historia and telling her this plan before telling her to keep it a secret. He remembers Zeke discussing his plans and also how much Mikasa loves him. He remembers cutting off his own leg and stabbing his own eye during the Marleyan War with Mid-Eastern allied forces to blend in as a soldier. And he remembers the reason he's doing it all. Because he wants his friends to live a long and happy life, but he knows this is the only way to end the cycle of hatred and revenge in the world. As Eren's massive form approaches Marley, the global defenses crumble before him, and everyone, including the soldiers, start running. As he marches forward, memories of his mother's death remind him of his goal: to destroy every last enemy. That's the end of Season 4, but we are far from done yet. We still got 2 whole movies to cover. The first movie opens with a flashback. A young Eren is sitting under a tree and he falls asleep. Moments later, he wakes up from a dream. He doesn't remember it, but Mikasa points out that he's crying. I think we know what that dream was now. We cut back to Marley, where Marleyans are running away from the city. The Wall Titans are here. We see a flashback of when Eren first visited Liberio. He already knew he was gonna kill everyone here. It's his destiny. He wonders what his mom would think, and if it would actually be better for Eldians to die instead. But even if the death toll would be far smaller if the Eldians died, he can't accept things ending that way. Just then, he hears a scuffle in an alley and sees a group of thugs beating up a boy. The thugs tell him that it has nothing to do with him, and he agrees. He's eventually gonna kill the thug and the boys anyway, so why save him now? Despite these feelings, he saves the boy named Ramsey. Though Ramsey is grateful, Eren apologizes while crying. He knows he's gonna kill him one day. That is just depressing. Back in the present, Ramsey's family calls out for him as they're running from the Titans. The refugees plan to head for the mountains, but wall Titans are coming from that direction too. The refugees go back to the city to find another escape route. During the chaos, Ramsey's sack flies open and coins fly everywhere. His brother turns back to save the money, and Ramsey goes back for him. One slight problem with that plan, the massive Titans are marching towards them. Khalil is killed by flying debris, and Ramsey is crushed to death. Jesus Christ. We're shown the scenes of destruction the rumbling is causing across the world. Back in Amarlian prison, Dr. Yeager, who is Eren's grandpa, and his wife feel the ground shaking and are terrified. No one answers Dr. Yeager's cries for help, and his wife says Judgment Day has come for them. As Eren guides the Wall Titans, he thinks about how there has always been some kind of barrier blocking his freedom, and now that he truly has freedom, he's taking it away from others. His inner child turns to ask Armin if he agrees with him, and an adult Armin finds himself back in the paths with this child Eren. This might seem like a throwaway moment, but this will be very, very important in a bit, so just remember it. Armin snaps out of his daydream, and Annie asks him if his wounds are healed, and asks him to sit next to her. She thanks him for talking to her while she was inside her crystal, but she doesn't get why Armin chose to spend that time with her. He turns away and blushes, saying he just wanted to see her. But Annie presses him for a more solid answer. Armin's blushing like crazy, but then he looks at her. She's blushing too. Aww. She doesn't understand how she can think about love when millions of people are dying right now. Annie comes to the conclusion that Armin only talked to her because he's a good person. He's even trying to talk to Eren, who's literally destroying the world. She gets up to leave, but Armin grabs her hand, which makes her blush like crazy, and says he hates being called a good person. Love is a weird thing. At night, their ship arrives in Odiha, which has already been abandoned. As the scouts, warriors, and Azumabito clan work to prepare the flying boat, Armin suggests they keep the explosives the Jaegerists had strapped around the boat in case they need to blow some Titans up. Meanwhile, Falco wakes up and realizes Magath and his family are probably dead, since the Titans have already flattened most of Marley. Pieck wants to comfort him, but doesn't have the words. Outside, Mikasa suggests that Annie practice with the new ODM gear since she's not used to it yet, but Annie doesn't see the point. She doesn't plan to go with them. She no longer has the will to fight. Mikasa then notices Annie staring at Armin and asks when that happened. Annie's not looking to gossip, but Mikasa tells her it's okay. She doesn't have to suffer anymore. She then tells her that Armin is definitely chasing after Eren. Annie knows that and asks Mikasa if she'll kill Eren to save humanity, but Mikasa says that she's bringing Eren back. Meanwhile, Levi gets up despite having enough injuries to be dead because he wants to be there when they question Yelena. Yelena tells them about a fortress in the mountains of southern Marley involved with airship research. She thinks that will be Eren's next target because airships would cause him a problem. Yelena accepts that Zeke lost, but tries to convince the group that what Eren is doing is proof that Zeke's plan was the only peaceful solution. And Hanji Hanji agrees. As they prepare to leave, Pieck asks Kiyomi to take Falco and Gabby with her when she leaves. She wants to protect at least the two of them. Once the sun is up, Hanji has the scouts check their equipment. Levi's hand shakes as he looks at his missing fingers, but says 2 fingers are all he needs. The warriors say goodbye to Annie, and Reiner apologizes for forcing her and Bertolt into continuing their mission all those years ago. Annie says she had to stop herself from killing him a bunch of times, but smiles. He asks her to take care of Gabby and Falco, and the scouts wave to her as she boards the ship. Hanji asks Levi if she thinks their comrades are watching them, but Levi thinks Hanji is starting to sound like Erwin, and he hates it. The Azumabitos begin to fuel the flying boat when out of nowhere, Flock shows up. The madman was being pulled by their ship since it left Paradis. He shoots the flying boat's fuel tank until Mikasa uses her ODM gear to kill him. Good riddance. Still though, he punctured the boat's fuel tank. The Azumabitos work quickly to fix it, but they need an hour, and the ground has started rumbling. Oh boy. When asked for a plan against the Titans, Armin volunteers to stay behind and slow them down. Reiner disagrees, saying they need him against Eren. Hanji says Reiner won't stay either. They need to save their Titan power. As their leader, Hanji will take responsibility for having led them to this point and stay behind. She chooses Armin as the next commander of the Scout Regiment and reminds Armin that Levi is now his subordinate. Hanji is always funny, even in the face of Armageddon. As Hanji leaves, she tells Levi she wants to make the coolest exit possible. Understanding, Levi lets her go, asking her to lay down her heart, a phrase he's never used in front of her before. And in a scene that is as heartbreaking as it is epic, Hanji fights the Titans alone, buying the crew enough time to fuel the plane, but they still can't fill the tank completely and have to leave. The heat from the Titans is insane, setting Hanji's cloak on fire and ultimately consuming her. But both the flying boat and the ship manage to escape the harbor.
Hanji, no!
Her sacrifice was not in vain. Meanwhile, Hanji wakes up in the afterlife, surrounded by her comrades, and begins telling them how hard she had it as commander. Rest in peace, Hanji Zoe. The flying boat is pretty quiet, because they just watched Hanji die. Armin mentions how the fuel tank is only half filled, but Onyankopan swears that he'll get the plane to Fort Salta. They then work out a plan to stop Eren. Armin says that the Warhammer Titan's ability means they don't know if Eren is in the nape. That won't be a problem if Armin uses the explosive transformation of his Colossal Titan, but he wants to save that for after they try talking to him. Levi is fine with that, but says if they kill Zeke, Eren won't be able to use his royal blood to control the rumbling. However, that means finding Zeke inside Eren's Titan. Reiner remembers what Eren said when they met in Liberio, and wonders if Eren actually wants them to stop him. Armin then realizes that Eren has the ability to take their powers away, but he hasn't. Suddenly, the group is pulled back into the paths. Armin calls out to Eren, begging him to stop the rumbling. When there's no reply, he begins shouting an apology to Eren, and the others join him. Finally, Eren responds, saying he won't stop the rumbling. Levi notices a child version of Eren standing at the base of the tree where all paths meet. His friends run to him, but they don't get any closer. Eren says he's taking away the world's freedom to protect his own. He then says he won't take their freedom away, so the only thing left is for them to fight. The only reason he called them here was to tell them there was no need for discussion. If they want to stop him, they have to kill him. Back in the flying boat, they try to process what just happened, and Levi asks Armin for a plan. Out at sea, Annie is with Kiyomi, who thinks her country is already gone. Kiyomi regrets bringing Zeke and Eren together, but when Annie asks if she could change anything, Kiyomi says regret won't change anything. While they're talking, Falco and Gabby come out on the deck, and Falco explains that he had a dream, and he saw himself flying. What's more, he thinks he can actually fly, which shocks Annie. Meanwhile, a train carrying Eldians from Liberio heads for Fort Salta, hoping to get to the airships. Annie's dad has a pistol to the engineer's head, forcing him to drive. Further back in the train, the warriors' parents are super worried about their kids. One of the other passengers notices the airships leaving Fort Salta, and Leonhardt tells the engineer to step on it. In the distance, they see the smoke of the rumbling getting closer. The train arrives at the fort to find no airships left. Great! The train engineer then notices that the airships are heading towards the Titans for a bombing run. From his command room, Commander Muller notices that this fort is the last stand for humanity. He then explains how their hate and fear of the Eldians is to blame for everything. It's their fault that the rumbling is happening. In the event that they survive, he swears to never make that mistake again. This, and the sight of a mother with her child, makes Karina remember how she raised Reiner and falls to her knees. She and Leonhardt realize they raised their kids in revenge instead of caring for them. As the airship's bombing bay opens, Eren looks up and a ball of light shines from the tip of the spines in the center of the Titan's back. Seeing the glow, the commander calls for the bombing to begin, but the airships are too high up and a lot of the bombs miss. The light turns into the shape of the Beast Titan, which throws debris and wipes out all of the airships. Moments later, the flying boat emerges through the clouds and is struggling to stay up since it's running on fumes. Onyankopan tells everyone to get ready to jump, but refuses to go with them. He dodges an attack from the Beast Titan, and Armin orders everyone to target it to stop the rumbling. They dive out once Onyankopan flies low enough and use their ODM gear to grapple on. Reiner transforms into the armored Titan and tackles the replica Beast Titan. Peak also transforms and lands, with the explosives taken from the flying boat now strapped across her torso. Now on top of the Titan, the movie ends with Armin realizing he still has one question for Eren. In what way is Eren free? We've finally made it to the last part of Attack on Titan. It's been a hell of a ride, but all good things must come to an end. I'll see you on the other side, guys. The second movie picks up exactly where the first one left off, so let's get right into it. Armin and the others realize that the Beast Titan they defeated is just an empty husk, and Armin figures Zeke is hiding himself like the Warhammer Titan. Armin plans to transform into the Colossal Titan to blow apart the Founding Titan's body, which might give them a clue of where Eren and Zeke are hiding. As the others charge ahead, Armin prepares himself to confront Eren. However, a Titan takes advantage of his distraction and swallows Armin and runs away as Ymir watches. Mikasa shouts after Armin, causing the rest of the group to turn around and realize that there are more grayish titans emerging from the spines on the Founder's back. One look at them, and you can tell they're not regular titans. Since Armin didn't transform, they know he's unharmed, but the titan that grabbed him ran to the back of the Founding Titan. Levi is gonna act as bait to draw the titans away, but Peak stops him, saying she's figured out what they're facing. These titans are replicas of the past generations of the 9 Titans. What's more, it's possible the Founder could make as many of them as at once. Peak dashes through the Titans, dodging their attacks as she runs towards the nape of the Founding Titan. She's not looking to talk anything out. She loops the explosives around the neck of the Founder. Peak partially emerges from the back of her Titan so she can push the detonator and set off the explosives. But before she can, her Titan is speared and lifted into the air by the massive trident of the Warhammer Titan, and she drops the detonator. The Jaw Titan of the Galliard brothers also joins the battle, battle. On the ground at Fort Salta, Captain Moeller sees that even though the forces from Paradise Island are here, they can't slow down the rumbling. So he orders his units to fire on the enemy with cannons. As the scouts and warriors fight against previous generations of the 9 Titans, Armin struggles to stay conscious, wondering if Eren really wants to suffocate him to death. But he remembers seeing Ymir and realizes she's the one doing this. Above him, the ghost of Bertolt sheds a tear. Outside, Bertolt's colossal titan appears. It grabs Reiner and bites his head off before chucking his body down at the Founder's ribcage. The scouts are scattered by the impact, with most of them falling off of the spines and into the ribcage. Connie is hurt, and Reiner survives thanks to Jean, though their ODM gear is broken. Reiner tells Jean to drop him since he can transform once more, but Jean refuses, knowing that even the armored titan would be trampled by the colossal titans marching. Jean doesn't think they have much of a chance, but reminds Reiner they're scouts. They don't know when to quit, and you're goddamn right, Jean. Meanwhile, Mikasa struggles to keep her friends safe. Jean and Reiner can't move, and Levi loses a leg saving Connie from the mouth of a titan. Suddenly, Falco's now winged jaw titan swoops in behind Mikasa carrying a net on its back. Holding onto it are Gabby and Annie, who help bring the scouts and Reiner onto Falco's back so he can carry them to the safety of the air outside of the Founder's body. Annie asks where Armin is, and Mikasa tells her that Armin was captured and they need her help. Levi divides their group into 2 teams, one to rescue Armin and the other to attack the Nape. Mikasa hesitates, not wanting to give up on Eren, but Connie reminds her that without Falco's ability to fly, they'd already be dead. Jean and Levi also admit that they're out of options. Annie sees Mikasa worrying about Eren, but tells her to focus on rescuing Armin instead. Meanwhile, the sight of the Jaw Titan motivates the Marleyan soldiers at Fort Salta, and they prepare what few cannons they can to help. But before they can fire, they spot refugees heading toward them, and the soldiers realize they're Eldian. Both sides raise their rifles, and Leonhardt unsuccessfully tries to defuse the situation. Back with the action, a bunch of Warhammer Titans fire arrows at Falco. Reiner and Jean are dropped off first near the Founder's nape, with Reiner transforming into the armored titan again to draw the attention of the Titans. This gives Jean an opportunity to get Peak. Seeing the distraction the two are causing, Peak escapes her cart titan and transforms again to attack the Warhammer Titan. Jean is worried by her transforming again, but she explains the cart titan has super stamina and tells him to go after the detonator. Falco flies the rest of their group to the back of the founding titan, and Connie spots the titan that captured Armin. Mikasa, Annie, and Connie drop off to chase after it, and Annie transforms into the female titan. Gabby and Levi stay on Falco's back, still looking for Zeke, as Levi remembers Erwin's final order and the sacrifices that he and everyone made for them to get here. Connie and Mikasa try chasing after the titan carrying Armin, with Annie fighting the titans around them, but the titan they're chasing doubles back toward the head and forces them to confront Bertolt's colossal titan. Meanwhile, Armin yells at his own body, trying to get himself to move. He thinks he might be dead, but then he realizes he has sand in his hands. That means he's in the paths. As he tries to think of a way out, he turns around and sees Zeke. Zeke sees him and figures out he was consumed by Ymir too. Zeke explains to Armin that long ago, life came into being and survived because of its ability to multiply and adapt to different environments, eventually leading to humanity. Death is the opposite of multiplying, and all living things are scared of it. Ymir is the same. In her fear, she created an immortal body and then escaped to a dimension where death doesn't exist. Armin wonders what her end goal is, but Zeke can't figure it out. He says she could have killed King Fritz literally anytime she wanted, but still followed his will for 2,000 years. Zeke says Eren understood what Ymir couldn't let go of, and that's why she sided with him. Zeke doesn't think that they can escape, and doesn't see the point of trying regardless of what happens. Everyone dies eventually. He says the moment before someone dies is the only moment they're truly free. In the sand next to him, Armin finds a dried leaf, and remembers it from his childhood when he, Eren, and Mikasa were racing to a tree on top of a hill. It's a lovely memory, and he tells Zeke that he thought he was born to race Eren and Mikasa up that hill. Whether it was feeding squirrels or going to the market with them, those meaningless moments were precious to Armin. As he says this, Zeke sees Armin holding a baseball instead of a leaf. Zeke asks him where he got it, and Armin says he found it in the sand. Zeke can't understand why it would be there. Armin, still seeing it as a leaf, doesn't know either, but he tells Zeke that even though it's not important in the grand scheme of things, it's still precious to him. Zeke remembers playing catch with Tom Sava, and there was no meaning behind it, but Zeke agrees that it was important. The two of them look up and see Sava, Grisha, Eren Kruger, the Porco brothers, and Ymir of the Scout Regiment. Back outside, near the Founding Titan's nape, Jean saves Peak after she loses an arm, though she says she can still fight once it heals. They try to retreat to Reiner, only to see that he's getting cooked by the multiple Warhammer Titans. On the other side, Annie, Mikasa, and Connie are in a pretty tight spot, but then Bertolt's colossal Titan reaches down and smacks the Titans attacking them. Up by the nape, Porco and Marcel Porco's Jaw Titans work to stop the smaller Titans from getting to Peak and Jean, and Ymir's Jaw Titan knocks one of the Warhammers away from Reiner. Their friends are helping them. Mikasa doesn't understand this, but uses the opportunity to chase after the Titan that's got Armin. Gabby gets it with a headshot from her rifle, and Mikasa cuts its jaw open, causing Armin to fall out. The Titan tries keeping a hold of him, but he wakes up and kills it with a thunder spear as Annie catches him with her female Titan. As Grisha and Eren Kruger's Titans join in on the fight, Zeke emerges from one of the Founding Titan's spines and calls out to Levi, who is not happy to see him. Armin explains that the Titans helping them are thanks to Zeke, who awakened them in the paths. So Zeke finally did something good for once. Still connected to the Founding Titan, Zeke says it's a beautiful day and he wishes he could have felt this way before, but understands that would be too much for him to ask. In the next instant, Levi flies in and cuts his head clean off. That was low-key hilarious. Imagine finally understanding the meaning of life, only to see your biggest op kill you 5 seconds later. With Zeke's death, Eren's connection to the Wall Titans is gone, and the rumbling stops, but Eren's Founding Titan keeps moving. Reiner throws Jean towards Eren's nape, and Peak clears a path. Jean grabs the detonator, and with one final look at Eren, calls him a suicidal dumbass before setting off the explosives. The Founding Titan's head falls, but the same glowing centipede creature that touched Ymir comes out of his neck and tries to reconnect the head. Reiner tackles it to stop it, and Connie tells everyone to get on Falco's back. Armin is going to transform and blow everything to hell. As most of their group flies clear, Armin thanks the Titans that helped them and says goodbye to Eren before transforming. Falco takes his passengers to Fort Salta, where the refugees are confused about what has happened. As they wonder if Eren is dead, Mikasa gets one of her headaches, which reminds her of the last time she spoke with Eren, which, as we all know, didn't go too well. As Mikasa recalls her memories, Gabby spots her parents. Falco and Pieck are reunited with their families as well. Connie says he has regrets, but seeing the reunions, he thinks the scouts did the right thing. They go to the edge of the cliff and see Reiner and Armin's Titans emerge through the dust and take a sigh of relief, but then they see the giant centipede is at the foot of the mountain. As Reiner and Armin try to attack it, another transformation explodes behind them. Eren's founding Titan is walking on 2 feet now. They realize they can't let Eren and the source reconnect. The rumbling might start again, so Levi says they need to go after Eren. Suddenly, the centipede begins releasing gas into the air. Muller helps Leonhardt to his feet as Annie runs up to him and hugs him. Connie realizes that the mist is the same as the one used to transform the villagers of Ragako. Every Eldian here is about to turn into a Titan. Levi immediately orders Mikasa and Pieck to get on Falco so they can leave. The 4 of them escape, but Pieck has to be held back by Mikasa. She doesn't want to leave her father. Damn. In a heartbreaking scene, Jean, Connie, and all the Eldian refugees transform into pure Titans and charge towards Reiner and Armin. Seeing this, Armin turns and starts fighting Eren. Annie and Pieck join Reiner to stop the giant centipede as Mikasa has another headache. Levi tries to get her to pull herself together. They're the only ones who can kill Eren, but all she wants is to go back to a home where she and Eren are together. She suddenly wakes up on a porch outside a mountain cabin. Eren begins cutting wood and tells her that she must be exhausted, and she says it feels like she had a long dream. He tells her to take it easy when he notices that she's crying. She doesn't know why, but feels like she shouldn't be there. Eren says they can't do anything about that now. They gave up everything when they fled Marley. Eren asks to live out his remaining 4 years with her, just like Mikasa wanted. After a moment, Mikasa agrees, and he asks her to make another promise, to throw away her scarf once he's dead. She will have a long life ahead of her after he's dead, and he wants her to move on. As he says this, Titan lines show up on his face. That little moment was all Mikasa wanted. She's locked in now. Meanwhile, Eren and Armin's Titans are in an epic fight, with neither getting the upper hand. On Falco's back, Mikasa apologizes to Levi and ties her scarf around her neck, telling Eren she can't forget him. She tells Falco and Levi that Eren is in his Titan's mouth, and she needs help getting there. Falco drops them off, and Levi shoots a thunder spear at Eren's mouth, creating a hole for Mikasa to get in. There, she finds Eren's head and smiles at him as he looks up at her one last time before she cuts his head free and holds it. Mikasa gives him a kiss, and behind her, Ymir watches. No! We cut to Eren and Armin, who are talking as kids. Armin understands that Eren saw the future with the Attack Titan's ability, but doesn't get why Eren had to kick his ass. Eren admits he was doing whatever he could to push Armin and Mikasa away, even though he thought it was crazy too. He apologizes and says he got carried away. Eren's plan is simple, to turn his friends into the heroes who killed him and saved humanity. This way, every human that survives will owe the Eldians. Armin obviously hates this plan and tells him that they're not going along with this bullshit. Instead of answering, Eren gets up and says he'll take them to the places they wanted to go when they were kids. As they watch lava that flows like a river, Eren tells him about Ymir and how much she suffered under King Fritz, but kept taking it. When Eren touched her in the paths, he realized that Ymir loved Fritz. That's what kept her there. Still, She kept searching for someone to release her, and she finally found them. It was Mikasa, though Eren doesn't know why. He admits that his head is a mess. One of the side effects of having the Founding Titan's power is that there is no past or future. Everything is happening at the same time. Eren thinks back on things that he had to do to make this happen, and remembers one thing in particular. On the day the warriors broke through Wall Maria, the Smiling Titan was about to eat Bertolt, but he couldn't let that happen, so Eren had to send it towards his own mother. He was the one that actually killed her. I'm sorry, what the f***? But Armin stops Eren before he can finish. They're back to their adult forms, looking out over the sea. Armin asks Eren if he thinks Mikasa will be able to forget about him and live happily with someone else. Eren says he doesn't care, and Armin has finally had enough of his bullshit and punches him. Armin then tears into him and says she should find someone better because Eren treats her like garbage. But then Eren starts crying. Wait, what? Turns out Eren loves Mikasa too, and he doesn't want her to move on. In fact, he wants her to be hung up on him for at least a decade. Eren is so real for that. He says he doesn't want to die and leave everyone behind, but he has to. It's the only way. Armin tries to convince Eren to find another way, but Eren says he's pretty sure they didn't want to die either. The sea around them is now full of blood, and Eren says he'll kill 80% of humanity. This will cause the world outside the walls to drop to the same level of technology as Paradis. But even then, Eren doesn't see an end to war. This is just a way to minimize it. Eren tells Armin he was right. Eren's a slave to freedom. Armin asks if this means all the things they've done are pointless. He tries to get Eren to understand that he hasn't actually killed these people yet, so he can still make a choice. But Eren explains that no matter how hard he tried, everything always happened exactly as he saw his memories of the future. Armin refuses to accept this, but Eren says people he cared about, like Sasha and Hanji, died because of him. As he looks at bits of hair and gore he picked out of the bloody water, Eren says he finally knows why everything turned out like this, because he's an idiot who got his hands on the power of the gods. But then, Armin picks up something out of the blood and says he understands wanting to kill people. Eren calls him a liar, but Armin reminds Eren he was the one who put the idea of a free world in Eren's head. He hands Eren a seashell and thanks him for showing him the world outside the walls. He says since they're both responsible, they'll always be together in hell. They hug, and he tells Armin that he'll erase Armin's memory of this conversation until after everything is over. When Armin wakes up, he's no longer inside his Titan. The battle is over. Remember the daydream Armin had on the boat? Turns out, the conversation he had with Eren had actually happened back on the boat ride to Odiha. Armin now remembers everything. Mikasa approaches him, carrying Eren's head, and Armin just screams in pain. Trust me, buddy, I'm screaming too. Around them, Eldians are coming to their senses, having turned into humans again. Eren's friends remember their own conversations with Eren and what he hoped for them, to live long and happy lives. Annie meets her dad, Reiner meets his mom, and Gabby and Falco reunite. In one of the most tear-jerking scenes in anime history, Levi sees all of his fallen comrades and actually sheds a tear, while Jean and Connie see Sasha smiling at them. That last one made me cry like a baby. Mikasa tells Armin she's leaving. No one would let Eren get a proper burial here. She says she'll bury him under the tree that he liked to nap, back where it all started. And Armin says that'd be a lovely spot. Armin rejoins everyone, only to find the Marlians and Eldians are at odds again. The Eldians say they're ordinary people now, but Moeller demands immediate proof, and Armin tells him that proof is that if they still had Titan powers, they would use them to resist. He then introduces himself to Moeller as the one who killed Eren Yeager. As Mikasa leaves, she sees Ymir, who looks like a young woman now. Ymir shares a glimpse of a reality where she did not save Fritz's life and remained alive with her children with Mikasa, and then fades away. 2,000 years later, the founder can finally rest in peace. 3 years after the Battle of Heaven and Earth, the world is still reeling from the effects of the massacre. Paradise Island is afraid that people will attack them to get revenge for what Eren did, and has built up a military led by the Yeagerists. Oh, come on! Conflict, as Eren predicted, didn't just disappear. Armin, Jean, Reiner, Annie, Connie, and Peak are on a journey as ambassadors for allied forces to Paradise, although they don't know how they'll be welcomed. After all, they betrayed the island and killed Eren. Peak and Reiner are surprised their ship hasn't already been blown out of the water, and Jean blames Eren for forcing them into the roles of international heroes. But Armin says this is their answer to Eren, and as scouts, they don't know when to quit. Before Annie points out that she wasn't a scout. We see glimpses of everyone's lives. Levi is helping out the refugees in a wheelchair. Gabby and Falco plant a tree, and Yelena does something I don't give a shit about because looks like Armin is a bad boyfriend. Oh, and if you're wondering why the Titan users are still alive, Eren's death erased all Titan powers from existence, so the curse of Ymir is gone too. Meanwhile, in Shigansina, Mikasa sits beside Eren's grave beneath the tree. She tells him that the others will be visiting him soon. Mikasa remembers how she would find Eren there napping and begins to cry, wishing to see him again, when suddenly a bird flies down and wraps her scarf around her the way Eren once did. She's emotional as hell, and at the end, she just thanks Eren for wrapping that scarf around her. The credits show a montage over the years. Mikasa visits the grave with her friends and family until she dies too. Time passes on Paradise. Technology improves, wars are fought, but the tree is still standing. The post-credits scene shows a scene of the future, where humanity has sent itself back to hunting and gathering after a lot of warfare, and as we watch, we see a boy and his dog discover a hole at the base of the tree, where Eren's grave once rested, and they go inside. This has all happened before, and it's destined to happen again. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the entire story of Attack on Titan. I have genuinely gone through a whole box of tissues wiping my tears, and I gotta go grab another one. If you enjoyed it, make sure you click on the video that you see here on the screen, and in the meantime, peace!